to bat here by the Leeward Islands. As they go back to the field, two slips, backward point, third man cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg. And Edwards, he's bowling to the right-handed Jagisa from the Kingston Energy Unit, left hand. This one just a wrong, wrong middle and off, and he pushes out quite comfortably. He looked very confident in playing that one, and there is no run. Free without loss. Trinidad and Tobago having been inserted to bat by the Leeward Islands. Really glorious conditions for batting. Hope that the youngsters will put their heads down and put up a decent total.
Yes, that's what we want to see, application from these youngsters in this 50-over version. It is still the longer version of the game, apart from the test match. 50 overs, 300 balls.
In this one, a beautiful delivery this time, just the wrong off stump. You can see Jagasa looking at it and played at it. Fortunately, didn't get a nick. Really good delivery there from Edwards. The total remains 3 without lot, but certainly that's the best delivery he has bowled thus far. And also with the bowling, as we lament the problem with the batting, we need our bowlers to be more consistently bowling at that, the new phrase, the fourth stump.
Indeed so. Stanley Hines, I agree with you 100% once more. Hard to disagree with a great man like you, Stanley, as
So Edwards from the Kingston end. This one outside the leg stump, wide outside the leg stump. Again, the level of consistency. Should be looking to repeat what he did with the previous delivery. But he strayed, and Trinidad and Tobago score advanced by 1 wide. It's now 4 without loss.
Yeah.
4 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. And certainly, I believe that he'll be looking to post, as you said, 200. Probably is a good total here based on the history of what transpired in the 3-day tournament. As Edwards left arm over from the Kingston in this one driven nicely, and there's an appeal, and he is out. Pitched up, and he drove it airily back to the bowler, and is this cotton ball?
No, and it's such an unfortunate way for young Buddha Singh to get out. I mean, he was backing up. He was backing up, looking for that single, and a left hand there stretched out by Nathan Edward and falling back onto the stumps. The young man is so disappointed. Unfortunate way to get out in cricket indeed. Have you ever been out like that, Stanley?
No. Because the thing about it, you tend to keep your eyes on the ball. Because the problem with it is once you do not do the basic right, you're going to get in this kind of a problem. It could happen with a very powerful straight drive or something of the sort. And the bowler, like similar what happened with that guy in England in the test match there, our fast bowler. He got run out as similar because I was driven back, and Trinidad fast bowler got a finger to it, and he was just out of his ground, and he had to leave. Tough luck on the part there of
Buddha Singh. Mm-hmm.
Buddha Singh. Tough luck because he didn't even face a ball.
Yeah, such an unfortunate way for the left-hander to get out.
But he's on his way to the pavilion. It's now 4 for 1. Unfortunate, but he has to wake his way back to the pavilion. Yeah. Drove it nicely, and it struck the hand of Edward and onto the stump. He was found wanting out of his crease, and the umpire had no hesitation but send him back to the pavilion. So Trinidad and Tobago, unfortunate, they have lost their first wicket, 4 for 1. As Edwards will continue now to bowl to the new batter, who would be
Luke Ali.
This one outside the off stump, and he guided that one down to third man, and he's off the mark. No, he's up now to 3, I think it is. And it total up to 5 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, nicely played for a single. I mean, I really love to see batters, particularly early in their innings, look to run the ball down to third man. It shows that their purpose in run scoring is present. They're not allowing free deliveries to pass through that outside the off stump, especially if it's not swinging a lot. So a really good start from Jagisa, looking quite purposeful out there for his team.
Nathan Edwards, he'll be bowling now to Luke Ali in outside the off stump. He allowed that one to go by to the keeper. So at the end of over number 1, it's Trinidad and Tobago 4-1. A reasonable start.
Yeah, unfortunate for Trinidad that wicket of Buddha Singh, Xavier Buddha Singh, without facing a delivery. He was dismissed in that fashion, but in the modern cricket, I've seen more and more dismissals like that coming through, where players are backing up a bit too far in search of scoring runs. So it's just a case of being a bit more aware of the situation, just holding back a bit before you decide to go off looking for that run without seeing, as you said, where the ball is headed first.
The thing about it is that the basic has to be right. Because once the bowler has delivered, the bat should be in your opposite hand. So the moment the ball is struck back, you'll be able to just have your bat at the crease. And unfortunate for him, he's back to pavilion. And the total remain 4-1. So the new bowler would be Michael Palmer. He'll be coming from as we know, the Allen'sville playing field end, or the Allen'sville complex end, if you want to call it. So it's now 4 for the last. 4-1. So now the second over is about to start. Bit of a time between the end of the last over and the beginning of this first one. A bit of a delay for whatever reason, I'm not sure. But certainly at this pace, you have to be according to the ICC, you should be ready to face the ball within a given period. Anyway, it's going to be Michael Palmer, right arm, fast medium from the Allen'sville's end. Stops on top of this one here and pushes it out. They're going to get one, they're going to get two. They're going to come back for the third. No, it's 2 runs there to Jagasa. It's now 5 for the loss of. It really should be 6.
Yeah, nicely played again by Jagasa. Just waiting on it, using the pace on that occasion and playing it out to that point area. So he looks good so far, Jagasa.
Because he had 2 twos. Just trying to get something corrected here. So that delivery went away and they got 2 more runs. So Jakasa should be on 6. Should be on 6. Or 7 now, right? He's on 7. It's 9 for 1. This is the correct score. We have it right now, 9, yes. So Jakasa, he's on 7. Luke Ali at 2. It was 5. Now, in goes Palmer. This one driven nicely out to cover, and there is no run. 9 for 1, halfway through the second over in this 50-over game between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. The man out. He went to run out. Unfortunate for him without scoring. Jagasa is on 7. Luke Aliyah to score. And they are 1 wide. So 9 for 1 as we look at Palmer from the southern end. This one, good line, good length, and he opened the face and ran that one down to a short third man, backward point, and there is no run. 9 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago having lost wicket via tough luck, via the run-out route. And I hope he learns from this experience here. Stay in your crease. Keep your eyes on the ball. So but the moment the ball is struck back, you'll be able to have your bat right in the wrong hand into the crease. 9 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago batting here have been inserted the bat. It's Palmer from the Allen'sville complex end. This one outside the off, somebody guides it down to backward point. He gets 1. He's total up to 10, and he's up to 8. Leeward Islands may looking to try and see how quickly they can make further inroads into the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. and the Trinidad batsmen needing to settle and try and get the rhythm going, get things going, and put a decent total on the scorecard. Because here in 80 and 90 and 100 doesn't really augurs well. We want to see scores of 200 and above. So Palmer, he will continue from the Andersville Sports Complex end to bowl to in. This one outside the off stump, that one lifted. Good line, good length, and it lifted, and he fended at it, missed, taken cleanly by the keeper. I think it was a good delivery.
Yes, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from the Sand Hill playing field. We're getting some bounce and carry. I mean, compared to previous years when it would keep predominantly low. So really good signs so far, and it spells that it's a decent batting track. Ball is coming on nicely to the bat so far. Yet to see what spin looks like on the surface, of course, but so far so good.
Yeah, the thing about it with fast bowlers or medium fast bowlers, once they can see this sort of a bounce, it encourages you to keep that good line, good length, and you can afford to let them have a few across the breakfast table. Let's see how well they can negotiate those type of deliveries. But it's good encouragement in terms of the bounce off of this pitch. Now it's Edwards into his second over. In. This one again efficient. This one, that one certainly had a bit of a lateral movement there outside the off stump. He had to played it, missed. There's no pulling away the bat. He definitely was beaten, taken cleanly by the keeper. Good delivery there, Stacey.
Yeah, really good delivery. Also, Jagasar, he's played that shot quite well, looking to run it down to deep third, and he's done so on a few occasions in his short innings so far. So he just has to be careful of the swing that Nathan Edwards produces in his opening spell with the new ball. Nathan Edwards, of course.
Edwards in, a little too wide outside the off stump, pick the line up and allow it to go by, and there is no run. But years ago, Stacey, you'll have found that the left arm fast medium bowler, the leg spinner, tend to bowl from the opposite end, where the breeze that's going across. But now, within recent times, I've seen whereby it's reversed. The left-hander tend to come from the northern end, if you want to call it, the Sand Hill end, and the off spinner and the seamer come from the opposite end. Any thoughts as to why he bowl? Outside the off stump, that another beautiful delivery there, forcing him to play. Played at it, missed, and taken cleanly by the keeper. 2 out of 3 deliveries right on target.
Well, that might give you some indication as to why he chose this end, Stanley. And he also played a game at this venue. I tried to recall if it's 2 games, but so far in the 2-day tournament, I know for sure they have played a game here. So he probably chose ends based on how he performed in that 2-day tournament. And Nathan Edward, of course, a member of the Tobago Knight Riders CPL team. So congratulations to him.
This one again, he allowed that one to strike him on the pad. I think that one is outside the... Yes, you sent him out LBW. Certainly, I think it was a dangerous situation. Look at it again. Certainly, he allowed that one to come onto his pad. He played no shot. The umpire is in the best position. He made a decision and he sent him on his way.
Yes, he's been adjudged LBW shoulder in arms there, Justin Jagasar. But with the left-hander operating, you always have to be wary of the one that holds its line and straight. And on that occasion, that one just pitching and straightening a bit, Nathan Edwards. I mean, you must be aware of that as a batter facing up to a left-handed bowler. He really good direction of the over so far from Nathan Edwards. He bowled those 2 across him, and then he aimed for that straighter one that in the end accounted for his wicket. So Justin Jagasar goes back. He was looking really good. Showed a lot of purpose in his shot knock so far. So Trinidad and Tobago up against it early. They are 10 for 2.
But Stacey, I would love to see a replay of this.
It's always tough there with those decisions. I think
50-50 kind of
yeah,
things.
and then what goes in the favor of the bowler as well is probably the fact that he didn't play a shot. It's hard to tell how much it was coming back into the right-handed batter. But as I said, when you're facing up to a left-handed bowler, you must be aware of that delivery just straightening every now and again, because essentially that's what they're striving for. Yes, they'll get some to go across you, but they are looking for that magic delivery that straightens or comes back into the right-handed batter. So Jagasa is gone, and Joshua Davis replaces him.
Edwards from the Kingston end, Sign Hill end in. Again, outside the off. He did the same thing, allow it to go by to the keeper, and it's taken cleanly. Leave that decision where it is. It was a judge LBW, and leave it right where it is. So it's now 10 for the loss of 2 with Jagasa misjudging. Delivery from Edwards was a judge LBW. He went for 8, and Bodo Singh, he was run out without scoring. So Trinidad in a little bit of a bother here now. 10 for 2, 2.5 overs. Edwards from the Sign Hill and in. This one is striking him on the pad. Seemed to have gotten some bat onto it or something of the sort. And it's 4 runs, I think it is. Yes, he got a bit of a bat onto it, and it flew down to long leg and he collected 4. But fortuitously, 4 runs to Trinidad and Tobago at the end of 3 overs, 14 for 2.
Yeah, really consistent over there from Nathan Edward to follow up his first over. He went for that magic delivery in the last ball, looking for that in-swinging Yorker, but just a bit too straight, and Joshua Davis got some bat onto it, manages to trickle down to that third fine leg area to pick up 4.
Interestingly, had he missed and struck him in the pad, it would have been very, very crucial to see what the umpire would have done, to be very honest with you. Look at it in... Seemed as if it struck him on the pad from the replay that we are seeing. It seemed that way. But the umpire is in the best position. In. This one, my goodness, lovely delivery. There's one, that one stayed down, I would say. And this is probably one of the things that I hold from the city pitch, a bit of a variable bounce. That one definitely stayed down. But fortunately for him, he got some kind of bat on it. And he survived, 14 for 2. Not good signs. He must be in doubt now as to whether to play the one that's bounced across his chest or the one that stays down a little bit.
Yeah, but from my vantage point, I just feel like the batsman lost it a bit somewhere there. It was full, but it kept dying on him on the way through. It almost went on to hit his stump, and he played it in quite an awkward position. Now reinforcements in the slip corner, and a second man comes in to slip.
Palmer in. Outside the off stump, too wide, allow it to go by, taken by the keeper, and there is no run. It's not
it passed Joel Andrew. It passed the keeper, went through him, and pick up 4 byes. Yeah, so it bounced awkwardly on the way to the keeper there. He wasn't able to get down in time to cut it off.
4 byes. To be honest, I was focusing on here rather than out there. So it's 4 byes. My apologies on these things. 14 for the loss of 2 as we look now at Palmer to bowl. In. This one, much better line, much better length, and that vertical bat hit in the middle of the bat, showing the maker's name. And we'd like to see more of that. Hitting the maker's name into the middle and continue to concentrate and rebuild the Trinidad and Tobago innings. From this start at 18 for 2. It's a 50-over game between Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago here at the Sign Hill playing field. Have you ever been run out for your short women's career, backing up too far?
No, I've never actually.
Oh, you didn't bat that long?
No, I batted long quite a few times, but I never backed up that far.
Outside the off stump, there it goes. One that lifted on him. Looking to play that horizontal shot, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. That is what we're speaking about. That one now veered off.
Yeah, he's getting some lift, Michael Palmer, some bounce off of the surface. He has deceptive pace as well.
Yes,
and he runs in.
Yes.
But the reason why I never backed up so far is because I actually ran out somebody, Mancat style. They were backing up too far. So I was always wary of that happening to me. So I would just stay in my crease, wait until the bowler finishes their run-up, and then I'm in a good position to see where the ball is going. So I wasn't ever backing up too far, Stanley Hines.
Yeah, that one outside the off stump, and he pushed that one out to squarish cover, and there is no run. Well, the thing about it, they tend to call it game awareness. if you recognize, well, I was a master of the art of that. If you're backing up the file, I'll deal with you.
So you've done that a few times in your career?
Of course.
I did it once and I didn't feel too great about it, although it's in the rules of
Palmer
the game.
in, out, and this one driven. Again, straight to that man at square cover point, and there is no run. And at the end of over number 4, it is 18 for 2. Trinidad looking to recover from those 2 dismissals. We saw Bodo Singh getting run out. Unfortunately, it happened for a duck. And Justin Jagasa, he was LBW to Edwards 8. 18 for the loss of 2. Yeah, because I always believe, Stacey, if you are backing up too far, it means you are cheating.
Trying to steal a run.
Yes, trying to steal. So you should be made to pay the price by trying to walk one on me. So you stay in your crease, and when they might have delivered, then you can do what you have to do.
Yeah, and that's the rule. That's the rule, basically.
I play by the rules.
Yeah.
That was Nathan Edwards, and he will continue from the Sign Hill end, and he'll be bowling to Joshua Davis. He's on 4.
Yeah, we really need to put names to these ends because you called it the Kingston end before. Now it's the Sign Hill end. So really and truly, we're making a petition to name the ends.
Those in authority.
So that, yes, to those in authority, to name the ends so that it'll be much easier for everyone. They have a lot of greats. Yourself.
But over time, people get accustomed to when they hear whatever end they want to name it. We know that is in Northern end.
Yes, definitely.
Stacey and Adams end, which is the Southern end. That type of thing, in Edwards Bowl, outside the off stump and a little too far out and allowed to go to the keeper, and there is no one. The same thing should apply also, I figure, to Annesville.
Yes, definitely so. Not to harp on about this, but we see recently at Trent Bridge, they have the Stuart Broad end. So it's a lot easier for the bowlers running in and, the viewers as well to know exactly which end the ball is operating from. So hopefully by next year, if we have this tournament here once more, or any other tournament, we will be seeing the Stanley Gunny Hind end. So Nathan Edward to continue. Joshua.
Left arm over in. This one outside the off stump and a nice square drive. I think it should reach. No, that's well fielded there. 1. They've come back for 2. And certainly it was a pleasant off drive, square on the offside there by Joshua Davis. And 2 runs. It was a bit wide, gave him a lot of room. And because of the sort of rain we had yesterday, it isn't quite dried out as yet. And he stopped it just before it got to the boundary, and they collected some run. But certainly the best shot for the morning thus far.
Yeah, really well done by Joshua Davis. Just waited on it and held his shape to get it into that cover area. Timing to perfection on that occasion.
In outside the off stump, he played loosely at that one. Certainly outside the off stump. Should have allowed it to go by, but he flared at it. Fortunate for him, he didn't get a tickle. You have to be a bit more careful.
Yeah, and certainly these 2 batters, along with the Trinidad contingent, they should be looking to plan better in this period, this
consolidatory period.
Before the power plays up. These 2 batters need to stay and build a partnership and not lose another quick wicket.
Edwards in this one. Better line, better length. They push that one out to cover, and there's no. But certainly, in this situation, what is needed is consolidation. Yes, there'll be a few dot balls that'll go, but at the same time, you're preserving a wicket and building a foundation so that the team will be able to recover from this situation, having lost 2 wickets. The way they were dismissed. So it's a question whereby concentration is the key word here, as far as Luke Ali and Joshua Davis is concerned. Now we're looking at Edwards in outside the off stump, and he pushes this one through the covers. They're going to get at least 2 here. 1, 2. The return is in. 2 more runs there now to the total is up to 23 for the loss of 2 at the end of over number 5, I think it is.
Yes, it's 23 for 2. And if you look at the way Luke Ali just played that shot, he was a bit reluctant to come forward fully into the drive. Maybe why he didn't get full purchase for it. He was a lot of hands through the shot. didn't really get close enough to it, or else he would have gotten full purchase for that shot. Instead, he managed to get 2. So just a bit more confidence from Luke Ali needs to be shown, and maybe we'll see some shots being played by the young man.
So Ali is on 2, Joshua Davis on 7, 23 for 2. We into over number 6. Over number 6. A few dot balls will go, but as a question I said, consolidate your innings, ensure that let the Leewards walk for their wickets, rather than attempting to play injudicious shots and get team into further trouble.
Yes, and they're under no pressure with the run scoring rate. The run scoring rate at this point in time is just below 5, and you'll take that having lost two quick wickets.
That's a good delivery there. My goodness, he's out caught. A very good delivery this time. He had to plate it. He plated it. Can't fault him. And it's taken cleanly. And Trinidad and Tobago into even further trouble at 23 for 3.
Yeah, an excellent delivery there from Michael Palmer.
And a good look catch as well.
He's worked really hard in this spell so far. Got some to bounce on that test match line. Just keeping it there and thereabouts in that channel of uncertainty to Joshua Davis. And as you rightly said, he had to play at it. He wasn't too certain whether to go forward or come back. And in the end, an edge, and well taken as well from the captain, Joel Andrew.
So, Trinidad and Tobago into even further trouble now at 23 for 3. And that was a good delivery. Had to plate it. Sometimes you do play these things and it missed. This time he nicked it, and a very good low catch taken by the wicketkeeper. That's the skipper, Javel Andrew, and Trinidad and Tobago in real problems here now. They need to resettle their innings. In the new batter is Kyle Ramdu. He has just arrived at the crease to join Luke Ali? Yeah, Luke Ali. And they really should be concentrating to try and bat for probably, let me say, in phases, the next 10 overs without the last another.
Yes, certainly. And looking back at that dismissal by Joshua Davis, he would say to himself he didn't get over the ball enough, he didn't get in line with it enough, didn't get to it enough, so that accounted for his wicket and that edge as well. So looking back, so Kyle Ramdu now.
You know, sometimes in life, Stacey, these type of deliveries, you will bowl them whole and you get no wicket. And on another day, we'll bowl a couple of them and end up with 3. If you look at the situation when Mark was in England, he bowled brilliantly in that test match, but he ended up with 2-3 wickets, 1 or 2 wickets, I think it was. But another day, he will bowl the same type of pace, same kind of line, and put a 5. But that's how cricket goes. Anyway, in this one, bang on target, and defended it well, and there is no run. 23 for the loss of 3. Trinidad and Tobago trying to battle it out here against the Leewards. They are in trouble and they need someone to put their hands up and be counted. We need to stay here and bat. Probably, this is over number 6. They should be looking at probably over number 20 to see how long we can bat and how many runs we'll be able to get without being dismissed. So it is Palmer, and he'll be bowling now to Ramdu from the Annisvale, and this one middle and leg, defended it nicely out to mid wicket, and there is no one. 23 for the loss of 3, and the Leeward Islands right on top. This decision has paid dividends thus far, having won the toss and inserted a TNT, and glorious sunshine here at the Sinai playing field. This is a picturesque ground, you know. When you look around, you can see all the greenery, you know, the sort of coconut trees that is around there. You look right around the place. Really, really wonderful sighting.
Are you from this area, Gunny?
No, not really.
Okay.
Palmer in this one on line, on length, on that off stump. They defended well, and there is no run. But I've been frequenting this area for a number of years, so I am aware of the situation.
Yeah.
Gone are the days when you had a different setting, especially where those coconut trees are planted. Really a lovely, lovely, lovely setting. Annisvale has its own thing because you have the Beckway and you're looking straight into the Grenadines. Here's something slightly different, more agricultural, Caribbean, West Indian type of thing. As Palmer in from the Annisvale end. Outside the off stump, and there's a strong appeal for caught behind, and he's out. A loose shot there from Kyle Ramdu. Played that one that seemingly left him. Should have he's allowed it to go by. Again, take the nick, And the the skipper take another catch, and Trinidad into even further trouble at 23 for the loss of 4. A low shot there by Kyle Ramdu.
Yeah, you've just come to the crease. A bowler has his tail up, bowling in that channel again. But Ramdu, in no position to play that shot, really jumping off his feet. It kept a bit low also. He must have been rattled by a few that got up to him. And he was jumping at that one that kept low and still trying to play a shot to it, which accounted for a bit of a bottom edge. But I must say, Michael Palmer has been such a reliable bowler for Leeward Islands. I mean, not just in this spell, but last year, I remember him. He would run in and he would bowl those hard overs for Leeward Islands. And his pace has been consistent throughout. And I must say, the young man, he has grown tremendously. And he is tremendously consistent as well. So Michael Palmer doing a job for his team, picking up 2 wickets in this over so far.
Yes, and Trinidad rocking here. Soca rock, as we tend to say, 23 for the loss of 4. I do not think management is pleased with the way things are going. And 4 has done, but has they really and truly done that great work towards having 4 wickets, barring the run out?
Yeah, I must say that some of the shots played so far
has left a lot to be desired.
Certainly.
Palmer in now to bowl to Rambaran. Rambaran on top of it, one defended it. Is the end of... Is it the end? Yes, the end of over number 6. Trinidad and Tobago rocking at 24. 23 for the loss of 4. The wickets has fallen at 4. 10, yeah. 23, and they're in real trouble and need someone to sit down.
Certainly. And what I'll say of the shots so far, the 4 wickets that have fallen, apart from the run out of Buddha Singh, who didn't face a delivery,
right,
it has been a lot of uncertainty from the Trinidadian batters. You saw Jagasar leaving alone a delivery that he should have been playing at. We saw Joshua Davis not getting fully behind one, and there Kyle Ramdu jumping at a delivery that kept pretty low. So a lot of uncertainty so far from the Trinidad and Tobago batters. They did finish bottom of the table in the 2-day version. I'll continue after this.
Edward in outside the off stump again, looking to play the horizontal shot, that one that bounced across him. Again, he could have easily nicked it. That's exactly what you were saying.
Yeah, ill-advised at this point in time. Given the situation that you're in, I mean, I understand if you are 40 without loss and a bowler's running into you and you opt to play that shot, and it would tell me that you're on top. But at this point in time, Luke Ali, who's there, he's seen Joshua Davis and Kyle Ramdu dismissed in that over by Michael Palmer, should really look to consolidate and try and build a partnership with Andrew Rambaran, who has the only 100 in the 2-day version of the tournament.
Outside the off stump, and he opened the face and ran that one down to third man. Luke Ali, he goes up by 1 to 3, 24 for the loss of 4. But certainly, they need to dig in, as we say. We forget about the run rate. Try and preserve your wickets. Try and look at the score. They see in the scorecard. They know what is happening. Wickets are tumbling. Why not sit down here and bat and bat? Our objective should be, for this pair, at least I go back to by the 20th over. Let's see where we are. And then reassess and move on from there, rather than trying to play shots when your team is in serious trouble. The boat is rocking here at Sign Hill. And there's no question the ball is inconsistent bounce. It's just some loose shots being played. And they're paying the price. And nobody seemingly wants to stay there and bat against the Leeward Islands opening pair of Palmer and Edwards. And they're keeping the ball in the right areas. Outside the off stump, that one bounced on him a bit. Unfortunately for him, it struck the upper portion of the bat and flew down to third man. And he got a single off the mark. But certainly that one bounced on him. And it flew over second slip. Fortunately for him, he got a single. But that one really bounced him in a little higher than the previous deliveries.
Yeah, we did mention that the bounce has been variable, but it hasn't been unmanageable. That's how we'll phrase it. Yes, the bounce has varied. Some has bounced up a bit, but some have kept a bit low, but not alarmingly low, where it's rolled into you, for example. So I would say that so far it's been a manageable surface. It's just a bit of uncertainty that has accounted for these wickets so far for Trinidad and Tobago. So a rebuilding phase is definitely required here at this point in time.
As Edwards from the Kingston end, outside the off stump, driving at that delivery is wide outside the off stump. And somebody needs to get into their heads. Recognizing the position, try and sit down and grind it out, as we tend to say, and see exactly how much we can fend off and ward off the Leeward Islands bowlers who are bowling the ball in the right areas based on what they're seeing in front of them. Because as you said, and I will add to it, the bounce is not disconcertingly that bad. It's a question of application is missing. As Edwards from the outside the off stump, and he's out caught. Is he? We'll have to look at that again, but certainly that one bounced and he looked to pull it, and it struck some part. We're waiting on the replay to see where it struck him. Yes, we're going to have a better look at it now. It seemed to have struck him on his left shoulder. Looking to play that shot, but certainly that one bounced again, similar to the previous delivery. So two we have seen bounced a bit awkward, but seemed to have struck him on his left shoulder. The appeal umpire said not. I think it was the right decision.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here from Luke Ali so far in this over is a case of fighting fire with fire. And at this point in time, we don't think that is advised for the Trinidad and Tobago team. We need somebody to dig in and show determination.
Edwards in this one outside the off stump, and he's played that one with his bat far away from his body rather than keeping things tight, and certainly is not the best way to try and keep things together for Trinidad and Tobago. Whilst the Leeward Islands bowlers recognizing the way they are batting, they're keeping the ball in those areas and forcing them to commit themselves and get themselves out.
Yeah, and it highlights the point of uncertainty. The one of the shots that he played earlier through the covers, he didn't get close enough to it, or else he would have probably gotten 4. And there we see again some more uncertainty in terms of their foot movement, getting closer to the ball. These Trinidad and Tobago batters have certainly crept into this batting inning so far. A recovery effort is needed. We did mention Andrew Rambaran. He has the lone century in the 2-day version. So
Palmer in. Outside the off stump, the left-hander on top of it, head well over it and defended well. And we need to see more of this type of approach. Try and steady. The object is to steady and bat as long as possible. See how we can ward and fend off the Leeward Islands fast bowlers, because their tails are up and they're really putting the balls in the right area consistently and forcing the error from the Trinidad and Tobago top order. As Palmer from the Annisvale complex end, right arm fast medium in. This one again, a bit of a bounce, but he head well over it, on top of it, and defended quite nicely. And for those 2 deliveries, he shows some level of calm, not looking to play any big shot, trying to do the right thing, steady, and see how long I can ward off the Leeward Islands fast bowlers.
yeah, and that's the key word right now. Show some calmness by these 2 batters. Andrew Rambaran, he's a senior man in this team. Been to this tournament quite a number of years before. And
Palmer from the tall fast bowler from the Annisvale end, pitched up further to him and head well over it and pushes that one out to straightest mid-off, and there is no run. I sense some calmness on the part of Rambaran.
yes, a lot will rest on his shoulders if they are to get to a formidable target for this Leeward Islands outfit. So there definitely needs to be calm from him. Yes, you have 4 wickets down, but a recovery effort is not out of question for Trinidad and Tobago. So a lot of work to be done, and one would certainly hope from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective that these 2 can look to bat very long.
And so far, those deliveries they had faced, he doesn't seem ruffled at all. As Palmer, right arm fast bowler, this one again, just a wrong leg stump, and it tickles away. They're going to have one. They were probably looking for a suicidal second run, but Rambaran with a cool head sent him back, and he gets 1. It's now 26 for the loss of 4. And as I said, he looked the calmest of the players. He seems unruffled by the situation, what's happening. And what he needs is support from the other end.
Certainly so. Certainly so. So Luke Ali seems to be a very aggressive batter, seems attacking by nature, but he needs to control that now, rein it in a bit, and play the situation of the game. And the situation is that you need to survive this opening burst between Palmer and Nathan Edward. That's the first step.
Outside the off some uppercut, play the bunks. I would say play that one and the bunks. Bounced across him and he played a horizontal uppercut down to the widest third man. Gets a single, as you said. He seems to be an aggressive individual, unlike Rambaran, who seems more calm. And he gets a single. His total moves on to 27.
And nothing is wrong with being aggressive and attacking, but you still need to play the situation of the game. Your attacking shots could probably come in later on when there's some looser bowling implemented, if we see any of that. So
Palmer, good delivery, and here we see him very calm. On top of it, didn't attempt to play no attacking shot, and that is the sort of approach that is needed at this situation where your team in real trouble at 27 for the loss of 4, the end of another Palmer over. And how long would the Leeward Islands fast bowlers continue? I'm not too sure, but I'm certain they'll be looking to try and effect another wicket before any changes in the bowl. But certainly they are well on top. They haven't insulted the opposition, and the skipper of the Leewards must be pleased with his decision.
yeah, certainly so. And for those of you just joining us, we did mention these two teams played here at this very venue last year in the 50 over tournament. On that occasion, though, Leeward Islands batted first and they only scored 95. So right now they have it. Trinidad and Tobago have their work cut out for them.
It was in outside the off stump, and this individual seems to be an attacking player outside the off stump, and he played an attacking shot, and the return comes in and being struck. One of the players has been struck there on his knee, I think it is.
That looked pretty painful. It bounced off the other playing turf to the right of this one and hit him flush on the knee. He's in some pain, that fielder.
Look at the return here now. Let's see what happens.
Later.
Way over the keeper's head. And not really seeing exactly where he got struck. But certainly.
Seems to be Nathan Edward, actually.
In fact, the bowler himself.
No, it's not. No, it's
No,
not
no,
Nathan
no.
Edward. We'll
Nathan
get that
Edward,
name for you shortly.
We'll have to identify the player who got struck there. But certainly, as I was saying, Luke Ali seemed to be an attacking player. As against Rambaran, who is the calm of the two. And let's see what happens. So Trinidad and Tobago in real problems.
Yes, and now that a player is injured, there's an obvious break in play. So now it's a chance for these two batters to talk about their plans going forward in the game. Yes, it's an unfortunate way to have a little meeting, but
Yes.
they should really use it to their advantage and look to think about how they fight back in this game. So 29 for 4 in the 9th over.
Seeing the physio went out, and only if he used the magic spray. But the player is up. He's hopping about a little bit. You can see him kicking his left knee. His left, somewhere across his knee, got struck. But he's
It
up.
seems to be Micah Mackenzie, actually. Another important player in this Leeward Islands outfit. It's been magical with the ball for them so far in this tournament, in the 2-day version, I should say. So they'll definitely require him to bowl later on. But he's up, and he seems to be okay. Magic spray, you call it?
But he's up, the physio is off, and play will resume. Trinidad to make a 29 for 4. Over number 9 being bowled by Nathan Edwards from the Kingston Sign Hill end in. This one strike him on the pad. Clearly, I believe pitch outside leg stump umpire had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, probably heading down as well, but there
down.
you go again, that variable bounce. That one kept a bit low to Luke Ali, sorry.
Yeah, that's certainly going leg, and no damage done. Further damage by the Leeward Islands, 29 for 4, and Ali needs to play a little straighter, but this is the way he bats.
Yes, he also can walk and get in a bit closer to the deliveries also.
Edwards in. Outside the off stump, playing another loose shot. Through to the keeper, and there is no run. He needs to temper himself. I think Rambaran should have a little word with him for him to calm himself. 29 for the loss of 4, 29 for 4. As we see Edwards going back to his mark. It's the Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago here at the Sandhill playing field in St. Vincent and Grenadines. 50 over version of the Rising Star CWI under 19 tournament. Edwards in. Driving again loosely, and he's missing one more time, and maybe he's throwing caution to the wind regardless of the situation. And so far so good as far as he's concerned, because he's gotten a couple of twos and he's played and missed quite a lot of time, but he needs to have a different approach to batting in this situation.
And I keep making mention of him getting closer to these deliveries, and I think that is probably why he keeps missing. He's just staying leg side of the ball and throwing his hands at it. So maybe he should look to get closer to the deliveries if he's going to look to take on Nathan Edward.
But the other flaw you notice, Stacey, he is actually stretching out to reach the deliveries rather than stay something settled. Stay on the back foot and wait. Go deep into his crease and wait and see what the ball does. Edwards in from the Sandhill end. Outside the off stump and driven out to cover, and there is no run.
Well,
but the point is, you see what we are seeing here, the coaches should be seeing these things, because he definitely is batting too far out of his crease rather than stay on the back foot deep, because you know the format these days, people tend to bat deep in their crease and wait, and most of these players who bat so deep are successful ones.
Yeah, so, I mean, batting looks good in the other game so far. Stanley Gunny Hines, I think you'll be happy to hear so far that Jamaica versus Guyana, they are 49 without loss after 11 overs, and then Windward Islands versus Barbados in counter.
Outside the off stump again, he played and missed, and there's no way. I would put it their fortune favors the brave.
Indeed so. But just to finish up, Windward Islands, they are 89 without loss after 10 overs versus Barbados. So batting certainly looks better in the other games so far. As I mentioned, it's just a matter of application, and we want to see more of that from these youngsters. And I did have my points to note for this tournament, the things I love to see after watching the tournament last year in the 50 overs. One, minimizing of dot balls, less dot balls throughout the tournament. Two, I really love to see more 200 plus scores being put up, more have centuries, more centuries if possible, and more teams batting 50 overs. We didn't see enough of that last year. So certainly some things to work on for these youngsters in this version this year.
That's one outside the off stump. He played at it, mistaken by the keeper, but certainly look at it again. It's a good delivery, just there about that full stump line, and through to the keeper, and there is no run. But certainly what has happened here is that Windward's 89 without loss from 10 overs. We know it's at Park Hill, it's a smaller ground, but certainly it's heartening to see this type of score in relation to last year and what is happening thus far. Palmer in from the Annisville end. This one, he picked the line up quite nicely. That's Rambaran through the keeper, and there's no run. This is a very sensible approach by Rambaran. Picked up the line, nothing loose, allow it to go by. His team is in trouble, and they have survived. 89 without loss of 10, and Jamaica 49 for 1. The thing about it is that at Annisville, 49 without loss at Annisville. So wickets are tumbling here, while runs just being scored in the other two grounds.
Well, these two batters need to make a comeback into this game for their team.
Palmer in from the Annisville end. This one again. Good line, good length. On top of it goes Rambaran, and there is no run.
I know we've spoken at length about the batting approach by the Trinidad and Tobago team, but we must give credit to the bowling plan so far being implemented by the Leeward Islands outfit. And what I noticed with a lot of the two bowlers in operation so far, they will bowl that delivery, getting that batter to come across his stump, and then bring that straighter one back to try and get them trapped on the crease or LBW.
Palmer in. This one outside the leg stump should be a wide. Yes, lost his line temporarily, and another single to the total, up now to 30 for the loss of 4. This is the type of thing that do happen when a bowler realizing that you're not playing any injudicious shots. They tend to try something to see if they can veer you off of your approach to batting, which Rambaran is doing. You can see his intent. His intent is to stay there for as long as possible. You can see it.
Yeah, and it's very important that he does that for his team. 30 for 4 in the
Palmer
10th over.
in. Out again, good line, good length, and back on target. And Rambaran giving him a full face of a bat. This is a very sensible approach by Rambaran, and what he really needs is for support from the other end, so he'll be able to rebuild the Trinidad and Tobago innings. And this is going again with the scores in the other games. So try and rebuild, and see how we can extricate ourselves from this position and get up to what at this moment around 160 thereabout. It'll take some doing. Palmer in. This one, Rambaran dry, but straight up to straightest cover, and there is no run. And to be honest, I really like his approach.
Yeah, he has looked, although he hasn't run away with the score, he has looked the most sure of all the batters that have come to the middle, most confident as well in his situational awareness, the way he's playing the game so far. So must commend him so far. Hope I don't put the mockers on him, Stanley Gunny Hines, but he has looked really confident in and trusting his technique as well. So good to see from Andrew Rambaran in his.
Palmer in, wide outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper. The end of over number 10. It is 30 for the loss of 4, and it's time for a drink. As the players, groundsmen go to remark the creases, everyone is moving out. 30 for 4, and certainly Trinidad and Tobago, all sorts of contortions here at Sign Hill playing field due to some not too good selection. The selective shots are not there. They are basically giving themselves a chance to get out, as against Rambaran, who is really steadier, rock solid at one end, and he needs support to try and extricate Trinidad and Tobago from this position. 30 for 4, they've lost Ramdu. He made a duck. He was caught the wicketkeeper playing loosely at delivery outside the off stump. Jagasa, he was caught off the bowling of Edward for 8. Budu Singh run out, first one to get out. Unfortunate, backing up too far. He went for a duck. And Joshua Davis is brilliantly taken by wicketkeeper Andrew of Palmer without scoring. With Andrew Rambaran on 2, Luke Ali on 6, and certainly it has been a good morning as far as the Leeward Islands is concerned. And it's a question to see what the approach will be like from the TNT batters at the end. 10 overs is gone. We really love to see Trinidad and Tobago really settle themselves and bat, because batsmanship in the Caribbean is not of the very best at the moment. We said the scores in the other game that we have the latest. I know viewers tend to want to find out what is happening in the other games. Windies Islands 89 without loss from 10 overs. That is the last score we had. That game is being played at Park Hill and at Annesfield. The main field, Jamaica 49 without loss against Guyana. But certainly, this first period of play, the first coming up to, 55 minutes, clearly belongs to the Leeward Islands. And they're still out there refreshing themselves. Beautiful conditions here at Sign Hill. And we're just hoping that everything stays this way, because there's a prediction for some weak tropical wave to come in maybe this afternoon, tonight. So let's hope that it goes away from us, so to speak, and go someplace out in the Caribbean Sea and do not cause any more problems here for us, because we have a handful of problems right about now where we are in this country following the aftermath of Barry. We really cannot take on another one.
Yeah, certainly not, Stanley. And let's hope that tropical wave that you spoke about evades us and goes somewhere out into the sea, as you mentioned. So yes, the Southern Grenadines in particular is reeling right now from the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl.
So the players are being refreshed, and play will resume very shortly here. Trinidad and Tobago 30 for the loss of 4. 10 overs has gone. As I say, first blood to the Leeward Islands, having won the toss and inserted the opposition, and certainly they will be happy. And I suspect we'll have a bowling change or two now because they will have 5 each, and they're looking to catch the wind. And I think the main individual they like to see his back will be Rambaran because he looks very solid as against Luke Ali, who is giving him every opportunity. Despite his getting a 1 here or 2 there, he gave him all chances that he can play a false shot at any time. So we're going to see a change in bowling. It's supposed to be, who's going to bowl here now? We're trying to get it right. Palmer's taking 2 of the wickets to fall for 8 runs. And Edwards, we need to get it right. Nathan Edwards, he's taking the 1. Cardell Cook. Okay, Cardell Cook, it seems to be an off spinner to me from my position here. Tall individual. 30 for 4. Spinner in very, very early.
Yes, and it's something we've come to grow accustomed to in this under-19 tournament. Throughout the years, a spinner usually...
Cook. This one flighted, looking to...
Spinners usually come into the game and then take control thereafter. Must commend what I've seen so far in the 2-day tournament where a lot of the pacers had a longer go.
Cook in. This one pushed out to cover and there is no one. Have we identified the bowler?
Yes, it's Cardell Crook.
Cardell
new
Crook.
bowler in.
Tall off spinner from the signal end in. This one flight in, he pushes out and looking for a suicidal run. The return is banged in. Certainly a suicidal attempt at a run.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see how Luke Ali approached the spinners. We've seen him try to be very aggressive against the pacers.
Crook in, back he goes and force it back to the bowler. No run, but certainly seemed to want to continue the trend of aggression.
Yeah, a wonderful piece of fielding as well off his own bowling Crook to prevent a single.
Crook from the Kingston signal end. Outside the off stump, that one straightened on him. No turn. Very good delivery there by Crook. And Luke Ali played that and missed. Crook in. Back he goes again, looking to cut a very, very good over indeed there by Cook. And certainly Ali has given the Leeward Islands every reason to believe they can dismiss him at any time.
Yeah.
End of the over. A maiden.
Yeah, he continues to be attacking to all of the bowlers. Just need to give himself some time, some more time at the crease. And you look at his score, he's 6 out of 29, and you wouldn't believe the amount of shots that he's actually played for no run. Luke Ali. So he just needs to give himself some time, and we keep going back to the importance of picking up singles in all versions of the game, really. So had he been trying to maybe drop and soft hands into the circle, pick up a single now and again, his score probably could have easily been 15 of 29, but he continues to go hard at these bowlers, as there's another change in bowling from the other end. What we call this one, the Annisvale end, Gunny?
Right. Annisvale is complex end, if you want to use that terminology. Or Beckway.
Or Beckway.
Something. But you can't say Beckway end because they are to the right of us, so it really has to be the playing field end, the main playing field end. So the new
so
bowler.
it's this Brent Joseph, I believe?
Brent Joseph.
No. Sorry.
Mikhaili Tong.
This is Mikhaili Tong. Yeah.
He's coming from the Annisvale and is quite ready. It's another taller from there. Tong in outside the off stump. Picked up the line quite nicely. That's Rambaran through to the keeper. I don't know if it's a family to Gavin Tong.
I have absolutely no idea, but we'll certainly inquire during the break. But he's a lot taller than the other two bowlers, opening bowlers.
Very tall.
So it'll be interesting to see the amount of bongs he extracts from this end. There hasn't been a lot of bongs from this end to note.
Yes,
we've got a lot more bongs from the other end, actually, that Nathan Edward was bowling from. More variable bongs from this one, from this end.
Tong, tall, in. Very good delivery there. Probing outside the off stump. Rambaran beaten But certainly, it's one of the better deliveries he's got thus far. Really good delivery there. Through to the keeper, no run. Got him searching for it. Got him searching for it and through to the keeper, and there's no run. As Tong from the southern end into Rambaran. So again, picked the line up quite nicely. Allow it to go through the keeper. This is sensible batting here by Rambaran. Very sensible. Picks the line up, realizing where it is, what it's doing. Through to the keeper. He's ensuring that he keeps his wicket intact.
Yeah, he's been very confident in his ability to leave the ball outside the off stump, trusting, just knowing. It's very important to know where your off stump is as a batter. And he is playing quite well so far. He's 2 off 16, but he's playing the situation of the game.
In. This one driven out to there could be danger here. Driven to the right of the man at mid-off. And they just ran through. Suicidal, I will call it, because had that one hit, to be honest, he would have been out. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, good movement there by Israel Morton, but just unable to effect that run out with a direct hit. Needed to be a much better throw to the stump if he ought to get that. So Andrew Rambaran finally getting from the other end. If you notice so far in this game, when these two have batted, Luke Ali has been positioned at that end for the longest while, and Andrew Rambaran faced a number of overs from this end from Michael Palmer. So finally, a switch between the two.
Could have cost them a wicket. That hit, that ball return being direct. A beautiful Yorker this time. Right in the black hole there to Luke Ali, and he could do nothing more than defend it. Very, very good delivery there by Tong. It's not easy, person of this height, when they deliver Yorker, it's not easy deliveries to face.
Yeah, really good option as a delivery from Michael Tong very early. Good to see that a young fast bowler is prepared to go to that length pretty early in his spell.
Tong from the southern end in. Outside the off stump and driven sweetly through the covers. They're going to have one. They'll come for a second. As it reaches the boundary, return comes in. 3 runs there to Luke Ali. That one pitch on good line, good length. And he worked it nicely to the left of mid-off. Gotten very close to the boundary, and they collected 3 runs. Yes, certainly did stop it inside. 3 runs there to Ali, and the total rolls up now to 34 for the loss of 4, 34 for 4 as the over comes to an end. 34 for 4 after 12. Run rate is under 3, but that's okay. It's a question of wickets here, preservation of wickets.
Yeah, and that shot just really tells you how good Luke Ali is. He has very good hands to the ball. He doesn't really get close to it, but pretty good hands to the ball, good eyes as well, if you are to have pretty good hands to the ball.
And what is good about it, Stacey, he kept it on the ground.
Yes, importantly so. And very good running as well to finish the over, picking up 3 runs.
So the battle continues between the off-spinner, Crook, and Luke Ali. He's a 9. Crook in the off-spinner. For this one, push at this one here. Taking the outside edge all along the ground. 2 for a slip, and there is no run. But he seemed a little uncertain here against the spinner. As we see Crook in. Back he goes and force it out to... looking to go to mid-off, but it's cut off by the man running quickly from extra cover. And there is no run. 34 for the loss of 4. 34 for 4. Crook from the northern Sign Hill end. In. Flighting, and this one driven back to the bowler. No run. 34 for 4. I think this is very interesting cricket we are looking at here. Rambaran is there steady. And Luke Ali looking to attack. Crook in. Again, stretching way down the pitch when he could easily be on the back foot and just stabbed it out. He went searching for that delivery and certainly got it in the bat out to extra cover, no run. Crook in. This one again right on target, and he's really been bowling a very consistent length and line there to Luke Ali. The battle is really on here between the spin and Luke Ali. In, back he goes, and out to cover. The end of a very, very teasing over, I would call it, Stacey. 34 for 4, certainly the battle is on.
Yes, back-to-back maiden overs well for Cordell Crook, so a really good start to his 50-over career. I didn't see him last year, so I would like to believe this is his debut 50-over game. I'll get that information from the coach, but I think I can confidently say it's his debut game. Looking at the tournament, the last 2 years is the first time I'm hearing of Cordell Crook, so a pretty good start to his 50-over career, back-to-back maidens.
So, play continues here. Bit of a cooling period. The sun is not out as it did before. Bit of a cloud cover. But no threat of rain. Tongue from the southern end in. This one driven sweetly. The first attacking shot we see in here from Rambaran to the boundary for 4. A really, really pleasant shot from Rambaran. Pitched up, and he just opened the face and slammed it between cover and backward point to the fence for 4. A really pleasant shot indeed from Rambaran. 38 for the loss of 4 Trinidad and Tobago. This is the second one.
Yeah, so first 4 off the bat of Andrew Rambaran. 7 off 18 now, who's shown that he's prepared to play time in this game, which is much needed, and getting just reward of that last over pitch.
Tongue in, outside the off stump, too wide to attract his attention. So to the keeper, and there is no run. 38 for the loss of 4. Jagasar played a beautiful cover drive early in the innings when it went. Beautiful cover drive. So it is his second 4 of the inning, but certainly that one is a pleasant shot.
The first 4 for Andrew Rambaran.
Yes, certainly
and
a pleasant
certainly
shot.
Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping for much more. But what I've seen from him so far in this innings, he's prepared to leave the ones that's not threatening his stump. Anything close to him, he's gonna play at it.
This one here, on good line, on good length. He played at it, missed. This one is much closer to the stumps. He had to play it and missed, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. But certainly what I've observed here, Stacey, is that both batters are pushing at deliveries and way out of the crease, and a lot of space between the popping crease, batting crease, and the stumps. And there's a lot of room there if they play on the back foot. As Tongue, just an observation, as Tongue in to Rambaran, pick the line up through to the keeper, no run, 38 for 4. Because if you stay steady and when the ball is delivered, you're in a much better position to determine which shot to play. But if you're actually moving, especially moving forward, you will find yourself into problems.
Yeah, really good observation there, Stanley. So Rambaran continues. He has sort of implemented a two-day mindset, and I cannot really blame him. The 38 for 4. I think once he gets into the innings more, once he feels like his team is at safety, you see some more shots being played from him.
This one driven again. Nice, pleasant off drive there by Rambaran. Pitched up, and he just sweetly, I would say, caressed it. He didn't really spank it hard, caressed it, looking for the gap between cover and mid-off, and he got a single. But very pleasing to the eye. Yeah,
and I keep continuing to stress on it. Once it's close to him, he's going to play at it for now. And the balls that's not threatening him, he's going to leave it alone, have a look to see what is happening with the new bowler. And I must commend the way he's come out so far after they have lost 4 quick wickets in this innings.
Tongue into Ali. This one, he lifts this one out to, and there is no addition to the total. But certainly, we've seen the aggression continued by Ali. End of over number 14, Trinidad and Tobago 39 for 4. Slight recovery. At one stage they were 23 for 4, but with the steady and calming influence of Rambaran, we've seen Trinidad move from their position, hoping that this would continue for a longer period. They'll be able to try and see how far they can take this total to rather than, gifting their wickets away and put themselves into more problems.
Yes, and this will be the first time Cordell Crook is going to be bowling to Andrew Rambaran. Bowled 2 maiden overs to Luke Ali previously.
I think it was a good battle between Ali and Crook. Crook from the northern end. Again, played at this one here. Seemed to have missed everybody. Missed the batsman, missed the keeper. There was a cry. I'm not too sure if he got a nick or what. Let's see. That one, that one definitely turned.
Seems to be a drop catch as well from the expression. Expression of the bowler. So Rambaran came forward and producing the edge on that occasion. So a chance gone down.
Chance gone. That's a single. Forward defensive again goes Rambaran, but certainly a crucial miss as far as Leeward Islands are concerned.
Yeah, certainly so. He corrected his mistake though. Rambaran got behind that one much better.
Crook in. Back he goes and he forces it out. 2 covers. They're going to get at least 2. 1. They're coming for 2. Maybe it go on. They can get a third one. The return comes in, but certainly not with any big flair or with any real power. He forces that one between cover and extra cover, and they ran 3. But good positioning and timing there from Rambaran. He got 3 runs, 3 very valuable runs for Trinidad at this stage. They're up now to 42 for the loss of 4. Same 4. They are battling on here for TNT as the battle continues between Ali and Crook. Back he goes. Out to backward point. No run. 42 for 4. But certainly the Leeward Islands will be very happy to have seen the back of Rambaran had that catch been taken. In goes back and he forces again. My heavens. Fortune favors the brave, I would put it that way. This one outside the off stump. Let's see exactly what happens there. Back he goes and there's one shot. The keeper did not take it cleanly. Again, it seemed to be a chance. And just 1 run because they ran 1 shot.
It was actually an edge that passed through the keeper and the first slip.
Hit the keeper's gloves. In. Forward defensive, and there is no run. So a little bit of the fortunes, a bit of luck seemed to be going to the Trinidad and Tobago team. There's a pretty good over here so far from Crook, and Trinidad has survived. As it's now 43 for the loss of 4 with Luke Ali on 10, Rambaran on 11. 15 overs is gone, and Trinidad and Tobago still in the battle, still fighting for survival. But Rambaran is looking more and more secure as time wears on. And Luke Ali is giving the Leeward Islands some hope, but he's still there. He's battling away for his country. TNT, their game here against the Leeward Islands. As we see, Tongue will continue from the southern or the Annesville playing field end. Very good delivery there. One that seamed across him. Pitched just a wrong off stump and seamed across him. And Rambaran had to play, and it kept a bit, I wouldn't say low, a little bit of a variable bounce there. And through to the keeper, and there is no run. 43 for 4. One of the better deliveries we've seen from Tongue thus far. On length, forcing Rambaran to play. And when you can beat Rambaran, has been in for a little while now, deliveries must be commended as being a good one. Tongue in. Again, keeping that line just around that off stump, fourth stump line. And Rambaran defends, and there is no run. 43 for 4. And this is a good approach thus far. As time away on, the ball has lost its sheen and less swing, so to speak, less cut. And Rambaran is really hitting the ball, hitting the middle of the bat. This is a good sign as far as TNT is concerned. Yes, they have been a bit fortunate. 1 or 2 chances has gone a begging, but that's the name and the game of cricket. Tongue in. This one short of a length, and he pulls that one away quite nicely. A beautiful shot. Short of a length, and he He swiveled on the back foot and pulled it down to deep mid wicket for 4. Another fine shot there and a rough shot we've seen as time wear on from Rambaran. As you said, he has taken this to-day approach, and certainly it is paying dividends thus far.
Yes, and that is what was required of him at the time of him coming to the crease, losing 4 quick wickets. I mean, this partnership is growing in confidence, and since his introduction to the crease, he has looked unperturbed, unruffled by any of the bowling apart from that edge in the over from Crook. And he's definitely looking as if he's prepared to cash in today for Trinidad and Tobago.
Tongue in, on length, back to that line, back to that length. And Rambaran can only defend, but certainly the previous deliveries was too short and he got the treatment that he deserved. But now he's back to his line, back to his length, and Rambaran can only defend. So it begs to ask the question, why don't continue to bowl maidens after maidens, or dot bars and dot bars as you have done it quite rightly. A stung into Rambaran. Rambaran again out on the front foot and pushes this one up to extra cover. No run, 47 for the loss of 4. And Trinidad and Tobago continue to the battle here against the Leeward Islands, having lost 4 quick wickets this morning. Unfortunately, one got run out via backing up too far. Jakarta went, so too Davis. Both of them caught behind the deliveries. They should have allowed to go by, and they paid the price. 47 for the loss of 4, with Rambaran on 15, Luke Allen 12. Again, a beautiful delivery again. Right on line, right on target. Rambaran played it and it stayed down as well. Second time in this over, we've seen the 2 deliveries stay down. And fortune favors the brave. Had it been in the stumps, it would have been interesting to see what would have happened. Would he have played it from the toe end of the bat or what? But certainly that one stayed down. As you quite rightly said, Stacey, particularly bowling from the southern end, there's some variable bounce once you bat on the northern end. 47 for the loss of 4 with Luke Ali on 10, Andrew Rambaran on 15 as the battle continues with Cordell Crook. Here so far I think none for 4 from 3 overs and bowling very steady. Bowling a good line. But most of the deliveries are being faced by Luke Ali. As Crook from the northern end in, back he goes and forces it out to cover, and there is no run. 47 for 4. I would like to see him flight a little more to see how.
Yes, I agree with you. A bit more flight, in particular to Luke Ali.
Again, clips this one out to mid wicket, and there is no run. You see, there's a tendency for Ali to be coming forward at every delivery. And if he has that bit of guile, he can leave him stranded, being stumped. In, flighted again. You can see the pronounced movement forward.
Yeah, he has a trigger movement forward to particularly to Cordell Crook. Takes a 2-step or so forward before the delivery is bowled.
Crook in, back he goes and giving this one to the left of straightish cover, down to a whitish mid-off. A single, he goes up now to 16. It's 48 for the loss of 4. But he's young, he'll have to get a guide so that he can overspin it. So when he comes down, he'll miss and the keeper will have easy stumping. But he's young, somebody have to teach him.
Yeah, certainly. And this is why we have these sorts of tournaments, so that we can identify ways to help these youngsters also.
Crook in. This one out in the leg stump, looking to paddle that one down the leg side. That's Rambaran. Missed, struck him on the pad. No addition to the total 48 for 4. But this kind of thing happens over a period of time. Crook in, forward defensive. Again, out to a cover and there is no run.
And one would think with this tournament, the over completed 48 for 4. But one would think with this tournament, it is not just about selecting a team. It's also about identifying ways to assist the young up-and-coming cricketers of West Indies, help them guide their talent as well. certainly that should be what I believe is one of the objectives of the tournament.
Are you scouting for talent from Cricket West Indies? Yes,
No, I'm not at this point in time. No, I'm not. But I do look at the players and I do see a lot of talent there, a lot of skills from some of them. I'm also seeing from that 2-day tournament, I saw the concentration growing and the confidence growing in some of these youngsters. And with that concentration and confidence, you also see the growth of their skills throughout the tournament. So,
48 last 17 overs gone. Tong will continue, and he'll be bowling to Luke Ali from the Annisville end, the southern end. This one strike him on the pad, looking to whip this one through mid wicket. Missed.
Yeah, I think Trinidad and Tobago would take 48 without loss. Stanley,
you better believe
you just mentioned 48 without loss is 48 for 4. And a bit of a recovery effort from these two, a partnership of 25 runs.
25 years. So far, so good as far as Trinidad is concerned. I hope that it will continue as their ways on in. Oh, my goodness.
You know, one thing I'll say for Luke Ali, if he's flashing outside the off stump, he's going hard. So the chances of it getting a top edge and going over the slip fielder is quite possible.
Yes, which is the right thing. If
he
you're
is
going
flashing really hard outside the off stump, especially with the pace of Tong.
But it was injudicious at the state of the game. There's no two ways about it. Should have been more selective in. Again, my goodness. And he's bowled. And he's bowled him. He has lived a charmed life since he's been at the crease here. And this one again, striking leg stump just about halfway up. And there he goes, bowled. And Trinidad and Tobago, just we were saying the recovery seems to be on its way. They have lost the wicket, but certainly good line, good length, hitting the middle, about half of them leg stump. And Trinidad and Tobago sink a little further with him being dismissed. And certainly Leeward Islands have continued to keep the reins on it with some pressure from the off spinner, Cook from the northern end. And we are seeing the dismissal now of Ali. And Trinidad and Tobago 48 for 5.
Yes, that's a very disappointing stroke. I mean, in the context of the game by Luke Ali, we were just praising the fact that a partnership was being built between him and Andrew Rambaran. But throughout his innings, really, he played one way. I mean, the score doesn't reflect that, but he has played a lot of shots. He has played basically a shot a ball since his introduction to the crease. And that one, much straighter, must commend the bowler, Macaulay Tong. Who decided, you know what, instead of that delivery outside the off stump, I'm just going to attack the stumps. And it proved to be successful for him.
Especially from this end, Casey, where he's bowling. You have the
variable bounce, certainly so. And it certainly helped on that occasion because that one didn't get up as much as the batter expected. And delivery, which you really should have been looking to play straighter or maybe even defending, he was looking to play a loose shot to it, which accounted for his wicket.
But you quite rightly said, is the way he's been batting. His approach to batting today, regardless of the situation. He's looking to be ultra aggressive, and not on this surface here. Tongue in. This one.
Yeah.
My goodness, this one here.
But that's the thing. That's what we want to see. We want to see players being able to learn while they're at the crease. Orlando James seemed a bit uncertain about that one. We want to see you learn and adapt to the situation. We keep mentioning this word, adapt. The adaptability, the adjustment is very important in any version of the game. And here you are, your team has lost 4 quick wickets. And instead of adapting and playing a different style of game, continued to play his style and it accounted for his wicket.
This one striking him on the pad is a very confident appeal. Umpire says not out. I think it was a bit too far forward, though, to be honest with you. From what I have seen here. Oh. I believe the only thing that really saved him there, to be very honest with you, Casey, is that he was really moving forward. So maybe the umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt, but certainly it was right on target there. But
I'm surprised the appeal wasn't more confident, which usually suggests there was some bat involved, perhaps.
Maybe, we're not too sure, but certainly it was a shout. Tongue in to James. This one outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. The end of a very good over, successful over. Edward 5 overs, 1 for 18. Palmer 2 for 8. Cook none for 5 from 4 overs. My goodness, he's really had a pretty good spell. As 48 for 5 at Rambaran 15. Orlando yet to score. Looked a bit uncertain for the couple of deliveries that he faced. But basically, going back to what you're saying, Stacey, our batsmen, and what I've seen this morning, need to adjust to the situation. They're not doing that. They're playing the way they're accustomed to, and hence they're falling into problems, barring the guy who got run out with the backing up too far.
Yeah, and I'll continue on this point. I think Crook might get into his delivery while I'm on this point. And it goes to show how planning is very important. You were there sitting on the bench while proceedings were happening out there as Crook runs into bowl to Rambaran. Lofts this delivery over the infield, effortlessly played. It won't get to the boundary, but well executed shot, intentionally tried to get it over that infield by Rambaran.
Yes, that one flighted. It was deliberate, sort of a T20 type of shot, but no one is out. There's nothing wrong with that. So it was deliberate, and he got 2 runs.
Also brings up the 50 for Trinidad and Tobago.
But that one actually stopped before it got to the ropes. But it got his 50 is up. But certainly, he looks to be different between him and a recovery total. Here, there could be danger here. My goodness.
Yes, and I'll continue on the point I was trying to make, Gunny. And it goes to show how planning is very important. So far, Andrew Rambaran looks as if he sat out there. He looked at what was happening, and he came in with a plan in how to go about playing these bowlers for Leeward Islands. Early in his innings, he decided anything not threatening my stumps, I'm going to leave it alone because my team needs a big one from me today. Anything to my stumps, I'll play at it. Loose delivery, I'll put it away. And so far, it's working out quite well for him. So you need that approach from some of the other batters coming in.
So happened to the other batters, the support. Support staff, as you say.
Support certainly isn't there so far. Orlando James, he's the captain of this team. He needs to stay and bat and support Andrew Rambaran.
So what is needed now is a captain's knock.
Yes, definitely so.
Rambaran.
Definitely so.
So, Crook, we're going to the skipper, and if ever Trinidad and Tobago needed a skipper's knock, is now. And try to see how many overs has gone. 15, 18. Let us look at 30 overs. See where we are. Crook in, James forward defensive, and there is no run.
We still have 31 overs to bat. That is how Trinidad and Tobago needs to be thinking. We are in the 19th over. After this one, we have 31 more overs to bat, 186 balls.
In, forward defensive, they clips this one to the right of the bowler down to... Didn't reach long on, more of a mid-on, and because there's no one there, he collects the single. He's off the mark with one. It's 52 for the loss of 5. And what is clearly being seen here is that most of the batters from Trinidad and Tobago, everybody seems to be playing on the front foot. Everybody way out of the crease. Crook in. He sweeps this one quite nicely. That is gone. It's going to be 4 runs. A very good shot again from Rambaran on the leg stump, and swept this one nicely in the air, deliberately. Safe shot. And it's 4 runs, but certainly we are seeing pickets of a few of the shots from Rambaran.
Yeah, no risk in that shot. And that is how he has approached this inning so far. He has parked the risk-taking option, and that delivery on the line of leg stump easily done. Put it away. That's all he had to do, and that's what he has done so far. He's put the bad deliveries away in this inning so far, and he's moved up to 22 out of 37.
Yes.
So some commendable batting here from Andrew Rambaran.
Seems to be the individual that the team is dependent on, because he has been the rock of Gibraltar as far as this inning is concerned. Although it's only 56, he has shown the propensity to want to steady for long periods. As tongue in, This one striking the skipper on his pads. I believe they're going to get a leg by. Did he get a nick? Yes, the umpire now.
Good eye there, Stanley Gunny Hines. Good eye, good eye. We saw that didn't come off the bat, straight off the pads.
No, well, the way that his bat was outside here and the ball
yes,
was here.
yes,
so
yes.
that's
yes.
why I had
But
every
still, a good
confidence.
spot from where we are up here. Quite
Had
a
every
distance
confidence it was
away.
pad. Although there
Yeah.
could have been a nick, but the way he played and the way he's playing, definitely you could have detect that came off the pad. As Tong now to bowl back to Rambaran in. This one on his leg stump and he casts this one away down to wide, long on and long off, and he's going to get a single. And he goes up now to 24, being the backbone of the Trinidad. Small total thus far. But what is really needed is support from the other side, and more so, who better than the skipper? Should lead from in front.
Definitely. They need a partnership here, these two. Their target should be looking at 100 now. So try and get to 100, and then we can look to ascertain. Yes, reassess, ascertain how much more they can get after getting to 100 or so. So these two should be looking to hold their heads down and bat. Andrew Rambaran has shown that he's willing to do that.
Tongue in. And he's striking him on the pad. Umpire says not out. But again, what is visible is that they're being struck way out of the crease. Look at his movement of his feet.
Yes, but what is also visible from these batters, to the pacers, they are not prepared to fully commit on the front foot. To the spinners, they are willing to do that. They're coming forward sometimes before the delivery is even out of their hands. But to the pacers, they're not willing to fully commit on the front foot.
Tongue in. This one driven. On drive on his legs, and he clips this one away on past the stumps on the onside. No run. It's still 58 for the loss of 5. 58 for the loss of 5. Have you ever done any coaching?
Yes, I have. Actually, just came from the under-19 female tournament recently held in Trinidad and Tobago. I was an assistant coach there.
Okay. Tongue in. Forward the opponent looking for a quick single, and they're going to get it. This is T20 style running. Push that one between the fielders and
that's good.
Sharp
that's good.
calling and quick response. And skipper moves up now to 2. He's on 2. Rambaran at 23. Because I'm saying once you are coaching, I've been involved for years with that. You look at your players' weaknesses and try to impress upon them. This is what needs to be done.
Yes, but certainly it is difficult to do that in the middle of a
tournament.
I'm
speaking about tonight.
In terms of technique.
See, like tonight.
Yeah,
you look back and with all the videos are wrong. In goes Tong, Rambaran.
Oh, you're not talking about in the tournament. You're talking about when they're at home. And certainly so. And as the over comes to an end, 59 for 5.
Rambaran 23. Luke Ali got 11. Justin Jagasa, he got 8. Yes, as I'm saying, because once these weaknesses have been identified, they must be pointed out to the players, more so the batsmen, or the batters as the modern terminology, so that they'll be able to work on it in the nets, to correct it. So before the end of the next season, you're looking for improvement in the players' ability, so that they'll be able to have better performance.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, sometimes you look at the games and it's not for a lack of skill that actually accounts for the wickets all the time.
This one driven out on a sloppy piece of field in here from that field. You'll identify him. Driven to him. He should have stopped it. And it went past him. And James has collected a single. Flighty delivery. Out he came driven. Should have stopped it. Didn't. And they get another single. Total up now to 60. 60 for 5 into over number 21. Crook from the northern end. Forward defensive.
Yeah. So I was saying, Gunny, sometimes, from what I've seen, it's a lot of game awareness that's needed and more playing of the situation. Yes, there are some players that can certainly work on their skills. and we continue to express that they are young and learning, still learning their craft and learning what they can do with their bodies. So sometimes I think, apart from just a net session, I think more situational awareness, more game scenarios is needed from a coaching perspective.
Yeah, but what is the difference between batting now and batting way back? The same batting.
Yes.
Is it that not
But
long
I'll
as
allow you
quickly?
to educate me and the viewers on that because, you know, you are long ago and I'm modern, I'm now. So you'll just tell us a bit more about batting long ago,
Crook
Stanley.
in for defensive and he's bowling. A beautiful delivery there, flighted. And as I said to you, Casey, again, pushing way forward, the ball went, look at it again, flighted. Should have been forward there. You look, what a lot of gap between there, and the ball went right through him and hit the top of the off stump. And Trinidad and Tobago in an even further butter. Again, not good technique on the part there of the skipper, and the ball went right through him. Typical off spinner delivery, flighted, pushed it, missed, and they hit the top of the off stump, and they've gone into further trouble now at 61 for 6. And they are really rocking because they're going down now to the lower end of their batting lineup. 61 for 6. 61 for 6.
Yeah, you cannot allow the off spinner to get to see that gap between bat and pad. There was a huge gap between bat and pad. Wasn't fully committed on the front foot. He made a press forward but wasn't forward enough. Orlando James in his execution of that shot, and it accounted for his wicket. So Cordell Crook has got one to his name.
The thing about it, Stacey, is that the lack of movement of the feet created his demise. Because had he been playing properly, that ball would have either struck the bat or hit him outside off stump. It will never have gone past him. But the big hole was there, wide gate, and he allowed it to come into the gate and pick the lock off, and the bail went. And they have lost another wicket. I would put it down to poor technique.
Yeah, and you can't say it really turned much, not more than a regular off-spinner delivery, or not a lot of turn accounted for that wicket.
So the new man in now is Fariz Ali. Crook in. And Ali goes back. It's the first time I've seen one of the batters go back. And I will look at him to see if he'll continue that trend. He went back on the back for a lot of room between himself. In. Back he goes and he forces one through cover. They're going to get one. They should look for a second one. They're coming for it. The return comes in. For those two deliveries, he actually went back and forced it. I really, really like his approach.
Surprising as well from Cordell.
63 for the loss of 5 with 8 to Justin Jagasa, Budusing North, Ali 11, Joshua 7, Kyle Doc 24 to Ramasa.
Yeah, but it's quite surprising as well from Cordell Crook. The fuller delivery accounted for the wicket. And the last two balls to Fariz Ali, he bowled it a bit quicker and flatter, shorter as well. So, not quite sure what the plans were to Fariz Ali. Maybe something they know of him that we don't. But that fuller length has worked much better for him. But as you mentioned, it's a case of the youngsters to keep learning and being more confident in his execution of that fuller length delivery.
That's right. Because the thing about it, you saw a different approach, movement of the feet from Fariz. He went back and waited on the deliveries, although they were shorter. So let's see if he will break it, rather than the others we are saying moving forward before the ball is delivery. As against the two deliveries he faced, he went back before the ball is delivery. So he was right on top of it, his shoulders, his head, everything right on top of the ball. But those two deliveries were fast and flatter from Crook rather than flighted. Now there's a change of bowling from the southern end. Who is this?
So the new bowler is Micah McKenzie. He was consistently good for Leeward Islands in the 2-day format. And he starts off quite well here so far with the white ball.
So it's a leg spinner, is it? Yeah, but he's coming from the southern end. We'll see what he does. In. Again, completely beaten, both batter and the wicketkeeper. Has gone to the boundary, will get some buys here. Certainly a flighty delivery. And Rambaran looking to play it. It seems to be a leg spinner. Let's see here on the
I'll
screen.
say it's the most uncertain Rambaran has looked in his batting innings so far to the leg spin of Micah McKenzie. It's really accurate so far, Micah McKenzie.
That one turned. To be honest with you, what I just on the replay screen, it flighted and it turned. It went to the right of the keeper over the top of the stumps and he got 2 byes. So Rambaran was fortunate to survive from what I've seen on the replay screen. In Rambaran driving this one back to the bowler, no run. Interesting bowler, like spin googly bowler. If he has the googly, I'm not too sure. As McKenzie from the southern end in. Rambaran drive it out to, this one is driven out to cover, no run. He remains on 24. Ali on 2. Trinidad and Tobago reeling at 65 for 6 and begging for them to bat much longer. A lot of overs still remain in this. This is only the 22nd over as McKenzie in. Rambaran forward defensive, peeling off the outer portion of the bat, and there is no run. 65 for 6. TNT having been inserted to bat earlier today by the Leeward Islands skipper. That's Andrew. Jurel Andrew as McKenzie in from the southern end. Rambaran again waiting on that one to turn and defended it out. It's the end of the over, 65 for 6. A very interesting over there from the leg spinner.
Yes, indeed so. He found his length quite early to Rambaran and then resorted to a fuller length to the left-handed batter. So a maiden to start from Micah McKenzie as the score moved to 65 for 6. But just an update in the other games, Jamaica, they are currently 78 for 4 after 25 overs playing Guyana. And the Windies Islands, they are falling to 117 for 3 in the 29th over against Barbados.
129, you said?
117 for 3 in the 29th over. So Crook to continue. It's fully forward that time for Rees Ali.
Yes, flighted.
That out.
And came forward and pushed it out to extra cover, and there's no runner. Total 65 for 6 as Crook in. Back goes Fariz Ali. He's on 2. Total remains 65 for 6 as Crook in from the northern end. Back he goes again. He tends to go back.
What you're seeing so far from him, though, is that he's pretty sure as to when he's picking the length well and he's playing accordingly. So when it's shorter, he goes back. When it's fuller, he comes forward like that. So he's pretty sure about his footwork so far for Rees Ali. I mean,
judging the length quite nicely.
Compared to some of the top order batters that have batted before him, he looks quite certain about what he's doing in the middle. Even that, although it passed the outside edge, he was fully forward to that fuller length.
There
just
was no
beat
turn.
him outside the off
Yes, there was
stump.
no turn. It went straight on. That's why he missed it. But it was the right shot to play.
Pretty simple execution from Fariz Ali in that over, although he didn't get a run.
Very good over
and
indeed.
a maiden as well from Crook.
Very, very good over from Crook. Yeah, so far taking 1 for 17 and really turning the screws for the Leeward Islands on the TNT batters. Palm out 2 for 8. Crook 1 for 8. Edwards 1 for 18. Quick as McKenzie will continue from the southern end. Sunshine, the dark cloud that we had has drifted away, gone to the west, and it's brilliant sunshine once again here at the Sinai playing field. McKenzie in. There's Ram driving in the airborne. Is going close to the boundary. They will have to safe shot. And he goes up now by 2 to 26, 67 for 6. But certainly a safe shot. They picked the leg spinner and he got 2 for it. As McKenzie continues from the southern end, he's had Rambaran. As McKenzie to Rambaran from the southern end. Flighted and this one driven back to the bowler. No run. I think it's an interesting tussle is on. I would love to see Fariz against the leg spinner though. I think it might be for some interesting times as well. As McKenzie from the southern end in to bowl to Rambaran, who is on 26. Down he goes and lifts this one again. Half stopped by that fielder. You'll identify him half stopped, but
I'm looking at those 3 balls that were played in this over from Rambaran. It's as if he knows exactly what the bowler is doing. I mean, he was quite vigilant in that first over to him. He had a look, and here you are now seeing him implementing the use of the feet, which we haven't seen in this inning so far from any of the other batters. So really good. He's quite
light.
alert so far, Rambaran.
Definitely the bright light. The others seem to be scratching around, trying to find out what is happening, but certainly, as you quite rightly identified, seem to have picked what he's doing. Mackenzie in. Fariz Ali.
But this is the battle you wanted to see, Stanley?
Yes, to see when the ball is on the right line, to see how he's going to survive, because he tended to be able to pick the balls, whether to go back or to come forward. Let's see how he negotiates. Mackenzie, the leg spin. I'm not certain about the googly. From the southern end in. Again, forward defensive. Pushes that one back to the bowler. No run. Cutter is passing us. You hear a bit of a noise in the background there in front of us. But off the field, one of the ground staff moving about with the machine. Mackenzie in. Back he goes. And certainly again, that one seemed to be the googly. He read it well and tucked it out on the onside to mid wicket. Look at it on the play screen here. Yes, it was the googly. And it was out to mid wicket. The end of the over, it is now 68 for 6 from 24 overs. Tough going for Trinidad and Tobago this morning, having lost some early wickets, setbacks after setbacks. But Rambaran, the bright light so far, he's on 27 and still looking for support from the lower order. I don't want to say tail enders, I say lower order.
Yes, so far Fariz Ali, the way he has played the spinners, he looks as if he will be able to be that support act that was so lacking for Rambaran early on. You have to see how he'll approach the Pacers though. But it's been pretty decent so far to the spinners, Fariz Ali.
Yeah. So Rambaran defended that one out on the offside. A flighted delivery there from Crook. 1 for 17. He's into his 8th over. Back he goes and tugs this one out to wide long on. He's gotten his 28th run. 69 for 6. 69 for 6. As a man who has spent less time at the crease, that's Fariz Ali. And tongue to bowl to, not tongue, that's Crook to bowl to Ali. Fariz Ali, there's a slip, backward point, straightish, extra cover, mid off, long on. Back he goes and forces one square on the onside, offside one. They're going to get 2 runs. Flighty delivery, no turn, and he went on the back foot and helped himself to 2 runs outside the off stump to the left of the man at back square cover, and he gets 2 more, and he goes up now to 4 in. Forward defensive, long forward defensive. I think he's reading the situation quite nicely.
Yes, and he's playing the spin quite well. And if I was in the Leeward Island camp, if the spinner doesn't pick up his wicket, I will be looking to bring a pacer from one of the other ends to him.
This one driven.
Looks pretty confident to the spinner so far.
And he's playing nicely on both front foot and back foot. He's reading the situation quite well. Maybe need a promotion. In. Forward defensive again, striking him on the pad. There's an appeal, and umpire says not out. But certainly he's on the front foot to flight the delivery. And once it's short, he's on the back foot. So Rambaran 28, Luke Ali got 11, Jagasar got 8, Palmer 2 for 8, Nathan Edward 1 for 18. As Leeward Islands at the water break, having inserted Trinidad and Tobago. The Trinis are 69 for 6 at the halfway stage. When you look at the other scores, the Windwards seem to have slipped a little bit from 89 without loss. They've lost 3 wickets to 117 for 3 at the halfway stage there. And Jamaica, they also slipped a bit, 78 for 4 at the halfway stage. So some interesting time, but we need to see bigger scores, to be very honest with you. But as the players take a little bit of a refreshment, I'll take a little pause here and we'll come back in about 2 minutes. Why are you switching off the thing so fast? Don't tell him now. Tell him ease it a little bit now. Let me just speak it. Yeah, just leave it a little bit. You're going too quickly. Oh. They're moving it quick, boy. Well, we are back here at Sion Hill. Players have been refreshed. They are moving back into their positions. Trinidad and Tobago, 71 for the loss of 6. At the halfway stage, 71 for 6 with Rambaran on 28, Fariz Ali on 4. The run rate at the moment is 2.84. But I think what should be Trinidad and Tobago's main task is to try and bat the other 25 overs. And whatever they succeed in achieving would be welcome, I believe.
Yes, certainly something that we've been asking for more of these teams in this tournament to look to bat 50 overs. They're certainly up against it now, Trinidad and Tobago being 71 for 6. They do seem to have a hero in Andrew Rambaran. His approach so far in this innings has been magnificent. From a youngster, he's shown a lot of maturity and showed that he knows how to play the situation that the team requires. So he is now on strike to Andrew Micah McKenzie.
One's looking to sweep that one. Struck him on the pad. Umpire says not out. Let's look at it again. Clearly pitch outside leg stump. And
And that's once more what we've been talking about. Very little risk in that shot from Andrew Rambaran.
This one driven out to straightish mid wicket. And there is no run. Certainly that was an optimistic appeal a while ago. Clearly pitch outside leg stump. McKenzie from the southern end, the main Annesville playing field end into Rambaran for defensive, right head well over the delivery, and there is no run. He's certainly the beacon in this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup thus far.
Yes, and he has a very good technique and a temperament to match really from Andrew Rambaran, what we're seeing on display from him here so far in this 50-over tournament.
McKenzie from the southern end. Beautiful sunshine here. Good cricketing weather. Back he goes and he forces it to the left of backward point, looking for a non-existent single. And retrieve to their creases. Total remains on 71 for 6. No run. Rambaran on 28 and Fariz Ali on forwards. McKenzie, the leg spinner from the southern end. Flighted. Rambaran pushes that one out to straightest mid wicket, no run. Been a bit of a test here for Rambaran thus far in this over. The leg spin googly bowler in Micah Andrew from the southern end. Flighted. Oh my goodness, that one spun back. It's the let's look at it again. Seemed to be the googly. Wow. That's the end of a very, very good over indeed there by Andrew. Total remains on 71 for the loss of 6. 71 for the loss of 6. They're going at a run rate of 2.73. I believe they'll be looking, the aim should be trying to bat it out. Even at 2.73, they'll be able to get up to about 130 thereabout, which do not the best of scores. It'll be something more palatable than being dismissed for 80 or 90. Crook in. Back he goes. That's Fariz Ali on the back foot. And he remains on 471 for 6 win to over number 27. Crook. 1 for 20. He's into his 9th over. In. Flighted. No. Held it back.
Yeah, the batter just pulled out of it at the last second. So a dead ball signal by the umpire.
Crook in. Forces one to the right of the man at straightish extra cover. That's Fariz Ali, the man there, and there is no run. 71 for 6. In. Swings this one into the air. It's a big shot there by Fariz Ali. He's gone for the maximum. Flighted on his middle and leg stump, and he lifted it deliberately over wideish mid wicket for 6. A bold shot indeed, but important blow for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, we are seeing an injection of confidence by Fariz Ali. Having faced a spinner for a number of deliveries now, and we have already mentioned how comfortable he is against these spinners. And on that occasion, just latching on to that one and depositing it for the maximum. So good fight being shown by Fariz Ali. Good selection as well.
Another flighty delivery. This one outside the off stump. No turn. Straight to the wicket keeper. That's the skipper. Andrew. Total remains 77 for 6. A bold shot a while ago, but productive shot. In. Back to the bowler. And no addition to the total. 77 for the loss of 6. Trinidad and Tobago continue to battle on. This is 27th over. Crook in. This one on his leg stump. He tickles it, and certainly should have been a single. But there was some lapse in concentration there from Rambaran. Certainly should have been a single, but that's how it is, and there is no run. So we had 27 overs gone, 2.85, 77 for 6. Rambaran 28 from 58 deliveries. Fariz Ali 10 from 21. But certainly he looks the best of the batters so far in the Trinidad and Tobago innings as they continue to battle here against the Leeward Islands. As you said, Stacey, last year somebody got what? Leeward Islands got 90 and Trinidad and Tobago won it fairly comfortably in the end last year. In the same fixture. In goes this one, clips it.
But it wasn't quite comfortable, Gunny. They actually lost quite a few wickets, I think 7 or 8 in their chase of 95.
You have the records there, so
yeah,
it was. Know what the scores were like.
Well,
I to Rambaran, he's up to 29.78 for the loss of 6. Mackenzie 3.1 overs, 2 maidens, 16 dot ball, no wickets for 4 runs. Economy 1.26. So he's been tight too as well from the southern end. You'll get the scores.
Yeah, no, they lost 7 wickets in that chase actually. Okay. Trinidad and Tobago.
Mackenzie. Bowl, so to Ali waits on the back foot and guides us one quite nicely to the left of backward point, 2 runs, and certainly, as I said, hinted earlier, he seems to be looking for a promotion because he looks the best of the batters outside of Rambaran.
Yes, very good against spin so far. That's why I mentioned if I were in the Leeward Islands camp, I will look to bring a pacer on to him just to see how he handles it, because he looks quite compact against the spinner so far for Fariz Ali. His identification of the deliveries in terms of when to go back and when to come forward to them has been marvelous so far in this innings.
Call it game of winners. In. Back goes Rambaran, sweeps this one that is half stopped by the man position at halfway at long leg. There is no addition to the total, 79 for 6, 79 for 6, as it's Mackenzie, the leg spinner from the southern end, flighted. Rambaran tickles this one to the left this time of the man at shortish long leg. He gets a single. He goes up now to 30. 30, and by a long, long way, the difference between total of 90 to 100 as against 150. But I'm certainly, his intentions, what we are seeing here is to try and bat out all the overs. That's what I think I'm seeing. Backwards for Faris Ali, who's given him admirable support from the other end. Probably the only batter from the Trinidad and Tobago team that is looking to support Rambaran thus far. As we see Mackenzie, and he'll be bowling now to Ali. Flighted. Ali goes back. He goes back and takes it. And he definitely have been able to know when to go forward, when to come back. And he's really giving him admirable support from the other end. At the end of the over, Ali is on 11, Rambaran on 30, 80 for 6 off 28 overs. Into his final over, he's taken 1 for 26 from 9 overs, 80 for 6, and it was put on a recovery partnership, I would say, as Crook. We bowl in to Rambaran. Forward defensive, and there's apparently what is happening, they are trying to bat out Crook. 61, so partnership now of 19, second best in the innings. As Crook into his final over, 1 for 26 from 9 overs. Flighted. Rambaran stand tall on his crease, and they just defended it out on the offside. Maybe it's a ploy to see him off. Crook from the northern end. Rambaran sweeps that one. Deliberate again. They're going to have one. They could have two if they decided to go quickly. And they refrain from going for the second run. So Rambaran settles for one. He's up to 31. Bring Ali is on 11 in a partnership now of 20. As Crook from the northern end, flighted. Back he goes and forces it out to extra cover. No run. Pretty good spell from Crook, off spinner from the northern end. In he comes. Flighted outside the off stump, too wide to attract any positive shot there from Faris Ali, but he allowed that one to go by, taken cleanly by wicketkeeper. That's the skipper, Andrew. In he comes, flighted again, forward defensive, and I like the approach of Faris Ali, supporting and at the same time being very selective and very, very good at it. 1 for 27 from his 10.
Yeah, wonderful spell of bowling coming to an end there. Cordell Crook bowling straight through. Quick spell as well from the young man. 10 overs, 27 runs, 3 maidens. He came in at a point in time when there was hardly any pressure for the Leeward Islands and applied further pressure, picking up the wicket of Captain Orlando James to his name. So really well done by the young man. A good outing for him in his first game, Cordell Crook.
So Mackenzie will continue. He has none for 6 from 4 overs. He's been holding things pretty tight. Flighted, and this one is driven out to extra cover. No run. 81 for 6 into over number 30. And how Trinidad would love to bat up until the end of up until the 50th over. Mackenzie in. Rambaran sweeps this one into the air, save shot, less risk, 4 runs. Ball on the leg stump, we look at it again. Flighted outside the leg stump, and he has helped himself to a boundary. And little or no risk. So he's gone up now to 35 and holding the Trinidad and Tobago innings together.
Yeah, we've seen him hit that man there, tongue, at short backward square a few times in the over before. On that occasion, just swiveling on it to get it finer to the right, left of him.
It's one full toss, and he's helped himself to another boundary. Full toss, and he made no mistake. The delivery got the treatment it deserved, and he hit him the second consecutive boundary to Rambaran. But I thought he may have used his feet and put a little more power and get the maximum. But he stayed put, and he struck it comfortably for another 4. He's up to 39, 89 now for 6, a partnership of 28. Last wicket fell a total and 61 on the skipper. James, he was bowled by Crook. Forward defensive, a faster, flatter delivery, and out to extra cover, and there is no addition to the total. 89 for the loss of 6. Rambaran got himself to 2 successive boundaries as Mackenzie from the southern end to Rambaran. Forward defensive on top of it, out on the offside, no run to the total. 89 for 6. Final delivery of over number 30. Current run rate has gone up slightly with those 2 boundaries as Mackenzie from the southern end passes umpire, delivered, Rambaran forward defensive, and is the end of the over. 89 for 6 at the end of 30 with 5 overs from Mackenzie, none for 14. Nathan Edwards, 1 for 18, 2 for 8 Palmer. Crook, 1 for 27, 1 for 15 from Tong. Total up to 89 for 6, and certainly a mini recovery, as you would say thus far, based on the happenings this morning.
Yeah, certainly so. Led by the effort by that man, Andrew Rambaran. Cannot say enough good things about him and his approach to this inning so far. If only maybe a few of the top order batters have implemented his approach, Trinidad and Tobago probably would have been better off as a new bowler is introduced. This looks like
Martin. Is it Israel Martin?
It's Israel Morton.
Seems to be another spinner. Left arm, wrong, driven to mid-wicket, no run.
Bit of a loosener to start as well,
Yeah,
for delivery.
Stacey, I would love to see one of the fast bowlers back.
I do support that, and I'll particularly like to see Michael Palmer operating from this end. He operated from the other end this morning. That end has a lot of variable bunks. We saw more bunks from this end that Morton is bowling from. So I'd like to see Michael Palmer have a spell from this end.
One check shot by Ali. Gets a single out to long on, but certainly there seems to be some moisture in the back of us here coming over the hill at Daphne Bailey area because the groundsmen are definitely moving towards the covers.
Yes, having said that, I think all of the bowlers, the fast bowlers in particular, bowled admirably well today. And I think any of them coming back now will certainly.
I believe we'll have a stoppage in play now. I see the ground staff is definitely moving.
Wow, pretty soft.
Just before I was looking at the movement of the ground staff in terms of rain, flighty delivery there from Morton, and Rambaran maybe just losing it temporarily, paid the price, drove it straight out to extra cover, and he is on his way back to pavilion. But a fine knock there, not in terms of numbers, but holding the innings together for TNT.
Yeah, and it's such an unfortunate dismissal in that they've actually called for the covers as well. And Andrew Rambaran probably losing his concentration there a bit. A full delivery. I mean, a very loose delivery ball. And he just hit it straight to that fielder at short extra cover. And really disappointing in his dismissal. He certainly will be. He's still shaking his head as he walks out to off the field.
Disappointed. Definitely disappointed that shot. He lifted it, his head slightly, and into the air, out to the man there. You have to identify him. And he's gone for 39. Yeah. The backbone of the TNT innings has gone.
He worked really hard this morning. He toiled hard. He faced the tough overs early on, and sometimes hit it straight to that man at short cover. Could have hit it anywhere really, and an unfortunate way to end proceedings here for Andrew Rambaran, who looks set to at least pick up a half century in this game. The score moves to 94-7 as the covers have been called on. So we'll certainly have a rain delay here, it appears, pretty soon.
I would put it down to a mental lapse. I don't think that ball was not of any particular merit, but he's gotten him out. With all the hard work that he displayed for the entire morning to have gotten out that way.
And I wonder if Morton is a part-time bowler. Because sometimes you bring on a part-time bowler just to give you a quick over or so, and they end up picking up a wicket.
Yes, these things do happen, as you quite rightly said. We were really saying that in time to bring one of the fast bowlers return. But he, as you quite rightly said, maybe a part-timer, let's try something, and it worked.
Yeah, but having a pacer certainly would have been a good change, especially to Fariz Ali. We haven't seen him against the pacer. So nothing was wrong with that call, but the captain deciding to stick with spin, and it brought about the demise of well-set Andrew Rambaran, who didn't look like any bowler had what it takes to dismiss him. So the rain is bucketing down now here at Sand Hill playing field. And with that, it'll be a rain delay. And we'll take a short break. And we'll be back with any further information.
With the score at Trinidad and Tobago 90 for 7 from 30.4 overs. Rain has interrupted play. And as Stacey quite rightly said, we'll have a pause. Screen blackout.
The camera had to go up.
Oh, the camera. But you should organize that. He's a Nigerian.
Because the rain, because of the rain.
Rain.
They had to move. Yeah, so that save the equipment. But I feel like while the city people are moving the cover.
They should be one to reposition themselves.
Right. They must have to be proactive.
What happened in the park? Like, yeah, idea that.
The last score, hold on.
117 for 3, 78 for 4.
They don't pass them there.
I'm past them.
Batting has been very poor in this tournament, boy.
You see, I had time to talk to you. When all they do, they through the game. They wasn't saying the score from regular.
No, well, we say
It's
the
just
score.
an
We say
observation.
the score at the end of every over.
No,
That's what we're
no.
supposed
I
to
watched.
No, well, we made an effort to do that. Maybe sometimes it might slip us, but I, for sure, can say I was making an effort to say the score at the end of every
Just
over.
send it as an observation.
So
don't take it as negative.
No, I'm taking it as that. But I know you're supposed to do that at the end of every over. You say the score.
What is Winwards?
Winwards 150 for 6.
Lord, mother.
Jamaica 117 for 6.
What tripping is going on there?
Boy, I'm telling you. And there's a good batting surface, and I don't know.
What the ass is this?
The top order on 2, the openers score all the runs, and everybody else just falling after. But they miss somebody know out. They miss Tariq Edward in the lineup too.
Who Winwards out again?
Tariq Edward and Devoni Joseph isn't playing. Like he get injured too. So we missed 2 away.
We need to know what we're doing here.
They're gonna put up the camera, man. I'll wait till they put the camera.
Oh, Winwards is from 89 without last to 150 for 7. Crazy. And the question is?
That's how the cricket has been going in the Caribbean. Unfortunately.
A mental concentration. It's happening at all levels.
Yeah.
All levels. Women under 19, women senior, under 19. I don't know. I just don't know. Oh, they come back now. Why you didn't listen to the scores coming out of USA and West Indies under 19? It's terrible. It's terrible, boy. It has to be a mental problem. It has to be. Why people are not concentrating the way they should? I think it's a mental problem. I don't care nobody tell me. Huh?
Remember you had said batting now and batting then is different. So bring in the views.
No, I'll be honest. Because
Hold on.
okay, yeah, go ahead. See how things going wrong there, yeah.
So, welcome back after that rain delay, a very short delay indeed. Unfortunately, we don't have sight on the screen for you just yet. Just some technical issues with the camera. So we'll just comment on the game so far. The new batter in is Jason Agard, and Micah McKenzie is bowling to him. So Stanley Gunnyheim here still with me in the...
Yes, Casey, and it's McKenzie from the southern end. Glorious sunshine. We'll get to the rain shortly as we now resume in without the pictures being shown. Flighted, driven back to the bowler. No run, the end of another over. It is now 94, I think it is.
91. 91.
No, it's far beyond that.
No, we had 90 to start the over. You finish at 90 to 7, isn't that?
Yeah. 90. Okay, we'll go with this then. It's now 91 for 7. We'll just clarify. We had a short break of about 20 minutes to a sharp passing rain. I wouldn't say shower, not a shower. It's kind of a rain that, set you off. Anyway, Martin in on the left arm around the wicket, flighted, and this one pushed out to, I would call it mid-on. That is Fariz Ali.
Yes, Fariz Ali.
Of the two.
And the ball is Israel Morton.
Looking to swing that one away. A big swipe, I would say. Missed. Taken by the keeper. There's no run. 91 for 7. With the spinners on, it's difficult to really, do the comments in between. It's pretty difficult. But the sweep has been brought into conventional cover. Martin outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there is no run. 91 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago as Martin, left arm round from the northern end. Wonderful sunshine. Foul defensive, there's appeal for caught behind, and he's out.
Yeah, he went forward basically before that delivery was even bowled to him, and getting an edge that was taken quite nicely, quite low to the ground by Joel Andrew. And Fariz Ali, we have praised the way he's been playing spin so far. And with the introduction of Israel Morton, and I like to apologize to Israel Morton. I did wonder if he is a part-time spinner, but I got information from the camp that he's actually one of the lead spinners in this bowling lineup. So Israel Morton being introduced, picking up 2 vital wickets in that over. The over before, he picked up Andrew Rambaran, I beg your pardon, and in this over, picking up that other set batter of Fariz Ali.
Yes, and he has gotten 2 wickets now for what? 2 for about 3 or 4 thereabout.
Yes, 2 for 1 actually, and
2
I
for
think
1. Yes, from 1.2 overs with Fariz Ali gone for 12. Caught wicketkeeper Andrew. Yeah. And Trinidad and Tobago slump even further. 91 for 8. 91 for 8.
Yes, and one of the main differences between him and Crook is that he is prepared to flight it a bit more and be a bit slower through the air as well. Yes, as we get back. Some visual for you here.
91 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago having just lost that Fariz Ali. He's gone for 12. He was caught wicketkeeper of the bowling of Martin. As we're really down to the tail now when the Trinidad and Tobago in it. There's no two ways about it. We're batting at 10, 11. You batted where? Number 1? Aidan
Racha is a new batter. Sorry?
Where you were batting in your batting lineup?
Where was I batting in my batting lineup? I fluctuated actually.
This one
I usually opened
and driven, and there is no addition to the total. 91 for 8 with Jason on 1. As we see Martin in. This one along the leg side should be a wide. It is.
Yes, but to answer your question, I was largely in the top 5. Most of the time I opened or came 1 down. As Morton, he's been inconsistent with his lines and lengths as well, but he has picked up that wicket, those 2 vital wickets. So I think much to be proud of from his perspective as Aidan Racha, a new batter in, joined by Jason Agard.
So it is Ruplal who is batting. So it's Ruplal and Agard who is batting. I think those are the 2. Anyway, it's 92 for the loss of 8. Israel Martin 2 for 3 from 2 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago stuttering here at the Signal playing field. 100 seems unlikely because we're really down to 9-10 jack.
Yeah, a lot will depend on Jason Agard and Adrian Ratcher, who has just joined him. They keep mentioning last year between these two, as Micah McKenzie delivers a full pitch ball that wasn't put away, luckily for him. So we did mention that last year when these two met, Trinidad and Tobago, they had the upper hand in that match, dismissing Leeward Islands for 94. They're falling dangerously close to that target once more. Well, Trinidad and Tobago on the flip side in this game.
The flip side of it. But in all honesty, the approach of the Trinidad and Tobago has left a lot to be desired. Barring Rambaran and to a lesser extent for Rizali. Seem as if they wanted to stay there, but the others, wow. See, one of the things that frightens me, these are the guys, their next level, is West Indies senior cricket. That is what frightens me, you know, because they seemingly are unaware that chances are there to go on to the senior team, but you have to improve your productivity level. As in, this one flicks this one away down on the onside, they're going to have one.
Yeah, just to note,
McKenzie.
they did finish bottom of the table, Trinidad and Tobago, in the 2-day tournament. And maybe what we're seeing here now from this 50 over version is a level of a lack of confidence from some of the batters. I mean, a lot of uncertain shots were played today. A lot of the batters came out and they didn't look sure about their footwork.
McKenzie in. Hit him on the pad, an appeal, not out. He came down the track, looking to play an on drive, missed, striking him on the pad. Umpire said not out. 93 for the loss of 8.
When really they should have been looking to come into this game and say to myself, we're not bottom of the table. Fellas, we can do better than this and find our way up the table for this 50 over version.
Umpire signal dead ball. 94 for 8 Trinidad and Tobago. Exactly the score that Leewards made last in their game, right here at the same venue. Let's see if they'll go past it. As McKenzie gone driven, and certainly have gone past it. Driven out to long off. They get a single.
Still needs much more. Still 16 overs to be bowled after this one.
Well,
so can these two form a partnership?
It's a cardinal sin not to bat out the overs. If you're given 50 and you're being dismissed in 30, 35, you have actually given the opposition the advantage. So you have given them 15 extra over. There was a talk, anyway, after this over, because there was a talk about once you do not bat out the overs, the other team should be given all your overs. There was a talk about a couple of years ago. Flighted, and he lifts this one over extra cover. They're going to have another single to
that's
Jason
Agard
on 2, yeah. Agard on 2, and Aidan Ratcher on 2. As McKenzie yet to take a wicket, hasn't bowled badly, but yet to take no wicket. From the southern end, lovely sunshine here at the Signal playing field. Flighted, back he goes and forces one out to backward point, and there is no run. The end of over number 34. But there was a talk about it, about once you do not bat out your overs years ago, the opposition will be giving your overs.
And that would have made cricket a lot more interesting than it is right now, Stanley. I mean, certainly it probably would have really motivated some teams to bat their 50 overs,
exactly.
No matter how many they got.
So if you got dismissed in 30, the 20 overs were given to the opposition.
So then they will bat 70 overs.
Yeah, they were given 70 to make whatever you would have made, because you failed to bat your full quota. Anyway, it's Martin in. Forward defensive, push it back out, and there is no run. Something very striking. All the Trinidadian batsmen, barring Fazil Ali, everybody's going on the front foot before the ball is delivered.
Very early on the front foot.
Very, very early. Flighted.
It tells you that the judgment is lacking from some of these batters in terms of their shot selection. So certainly something they will have to work on heading into the rest of the games in this league.
Martin from the northern end in. Batsman tickles this one. Let's Aidan tickles this one out on the onside. Get a single. He goes up now to 3. That's Aidan Racha. He's up to 3. Agard is on 2. 98 for 8. 98 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago. And the latest score we got out of the other 2 games. Windies Islands 150 for 7. Crashing from 89 without loss to 150 for 7 against Barbados. And Jamaica 117 for 6 against Guyana. They too had a very positive start outside the off stump, bounced and taken by the keeper in the run. They too had a positive start, 49 without loss. The latest we had was 117 for 6 against Guyana. So again, it goes right back. Another flighty delivery, lifts that one, bounced just in front of the bowler. Another single, so Agard goes up to 3. It's 99 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago. So the batting is really the problem.
Yeah,
serious problem in the Caribbean.
When you're just looking at Morton, a left arm spinner. I mean, easily done.
Easily caught and bowl. Flighty delivery just stood there on the front foot and stretched even further and pushed it back to the bowler. And the bowler said, "Thank you very much."
And it's what we were talking about. Some of these batters, they are coming on the front foot so early to the spinners. I mean, Israel Morton, since his introduction, he's really brought about the demise of the middle to lower order.
Forward and just pushed it back to the bowler.
Yeah, and he wasn't to the pitch of the ball. And if you're not to the pitch of the ball, then you just defend it in front of you. But he decided he's going to go through with the shot, and absolutely no power would have been gained from that position. And a really easy catch there to Israel Morton, left arm spinner. I was just thinking to myself, a few years back watching cricket, a left arm spinner is something that was much of a rarity. But now you're seeing in this tournament, and in world cricket, a left arm spinner is in almost every team now.
Almost every team. 99 for 9 TNT. In any event, Leewards have to get 100 plus. What is 100? 100 plus, because certainly Trinidad and Tobago with some inept bad shot selection have caused their own demise.
Yes,
and they are tottering at 99 for 9. We are into over number 35 with Agard on 3 and Ruplal yet to score. Martin with 3 wickets. This one, he tickles it out on the leg side. They're going to have one. That's the youngster. He seems to be a very young player. You look at him. The 100 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago. 100 for 9 at the end of over number 35. So Martin has picked up his 3rd wicket, and certainly he's the pick of the bowlers.
Just like that, in about 3 overs or so.
3 overs there.
To pick up the bowlers. Dismiss the 2 batters that looked the most show for Trinidad and Tobago today, Andrew Rambaran and Fariz Ali.
Yep, that's quite true. He only got 12, but he showed the inclination of wanting to bat long.
What I can also applaud from him, 2 of his wickets have been left-handed batters. And at this age, you don't really see a lot of spinners picking up, left-hand spinners, picking up wickets of the left-handed batter. I'll go back to Nathan Seeley from Barbados. I remember last year he picked up a handful of wickets, but I think a large percentage of them were right-handed batters. At one point in time, he had only picked up wickets of right-handed batters. He has certainly worked on that in this year, and it's good to see young Israel Morton. He has come in and picked up 2 wickets that of left-handed batters so far.
2 deliveries gone thus far, defended by Ruplal. Mackenzie to Ruplal. Inside the off, somebody guided down. There could be danger here. Wow, but they got it quite comfortably. He pushed it out and he was called by Racha, AD and Rasha, and they got it quite comfortably in the end. 101 for the loss of 8, 101 for the loss of for 9, 101 for 9. The wickets are tumbling, so regulator isn't funny. So it's Jason, Agard Jason, who is on 3. Swings this one, and there's an appeal from LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Looking to swing this one. Striking man a pad, but clearly outside the leg stump. Clearly. Mackenzie in. Forward defensive, and there is no run. If you're going to bat out up to 50 overs at this stage where you're down to 10 jack, as well as try to have some fun. As Mackenzie to bowl to Agard. In. Forward defensive, approved fashion. End of over number 36. 101 for 9. 101 for 9. 3 for 7. That's Israel Martin from 3 overs. Really he has broken the resistance and Trinidad are looking to put up. So let's see who will continue. Would it be, yeah, Martin will continue, try to look for, what the English tend to say, fofa? They're taking 3 for 7. And Martin will continue now, and he'll be bowling to Ruplal. Fielders are all set. I'm wondering, all these deep fielders, you don't really need them.
Yes, I agree with you. That one kept low as well.
Yeah, because the deep mid wicket, the deep square leg, these players should be in much further because they're already down to 10 jack. And try and put pressure on the number 11. You have them under pressure already at 101 for 9, flighted. That one outside the leg stump is a wide. Another addition to the total, 102 for 9, 102 for 9. TNT really put them a very poor batting display. Forward defensive again. Goes Ruplal, and there is no run. Here at Sign Hill in this CWI under 19 Rising Stars competition, the 50 over version. Flighted. Allow this one to go by to the keeper. Seem to have lost his radar. He's not bowling the ball on this stump per se.
He's not as full either as he was before.
Martin in. There's an hitting him on the pad. There's an appeal not out, says the umpire. Clearly, even from our position, that ball was going leg, even without the replay. I'm certain of that.
And he needs to get it fuller to young Ruplal. It's a bit too
back of a length and give him enough time to go on the back foot. And 102, 102 for 9 in for our defensive again. End of another over. 37 overs gone, 102 for 9, and they're in real problems at Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm saying once you're down to this situation, I believe in having some fun, to be honest with you, because eventually you're going to get out. Whether you get another single or 2 more, you're going to get out. So might as well you really have some fun. So, latest win was 150 for 7 against Barbados. Jamaica 117 for 6 against Guyana. Windward's Barbados game is at Park Hill, and Guyana and Jamaica at Annisvale. And here at Sign Hill, Trinidad and Tobago 102 for 9, 102 for 9. As Mackenzie will continue from the southern. He hasn't taken a wicket. He hasn't bowled badly.
No,
he hasn't taken a wicket.
Certainly hasn't.
Flighted, striking on the pad.
It's just been Andrew Rambaran that really took him on in his spell so far. Since then, none of the other batters have really been able to get on top of him, Micah Mackenzie.
Forward defensive again.
although his figures are quite economical, I must say he hasn't quite found his rhythm, his bowling rhythm. He's been good in periods, but has just missed his line quite a few times. Been a bit too full like that, for example, on a few occasions.
Another single there, flighted delivery, and it was driven. Let's see it again. Flighted, driven out to long on, and he collects a single. Send the total up to 105. 105 for 9. TNT having been inserted to bat by the Leeward Islands with an inept batting performance from them. As Mackenzie, none for 19, is in 9th over. Ruplal guides this one to the right of the man at backward point. He goes up now to 5. No, he goes up to 3. 106 now for 9.
Yeah, a short ball from Micah Mackenzie. And he just stood up and just slapped it past that man at backward point, Ruplal.
104. Go ahead.
Get a much needed single for his team. So 104 for 9.
Back he goes. That one spun away outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper. And there's no run. The thing about it, we need to see a little more intensity from the Leeward Islands to dismiss the tail enders. They're just going through the motions out of, and the edging one here, edging one there. Back he goes and plays it out. And there is no run. 104 for 9 with 38 overs. You know, that's why I like the approach of Shamal Joseph in the test match, having some fun at the bottom. Why not? And he eventually got, 33 I think it was. When he reached to that stage and realized how things are going, take the initiative. But they're not doing that. The Leeward Islands are allowing them to keep them long in the sun. Because I'm certain one of the faster bowlers, maybe Nathan Edwards, he certainly would have ripped his arm, the last man out. But their choice, we can only say it as we see it. 11:40. Golan, 11:40. 40. This one outside the leg stump, but wide. And certainly Martin has lost the radar. He's bowling more balls outside the leg stump of the number 11 batsman. He got another single, 105 for 9. Martin in. Back he goes and he pushes it out to extra cover, no run. They need to go for the jugular. There's no two ways about it. In. Back he goes and cuts it down to backward points and well stopped.
Well stopped by Tianik Honoré. We'll see him certainly later on with the bat in hand if the batting gets that deep.
In he comes from the northern end. This one again outside the leg stump, has lost his line. Another wide.
Well, you can say, I mean, from the start of his spell, I mean, he did pick up that wicket of Andrew Rambaran with a full delivery, a full toss to be exact. He nailed it with that delivery for Fariz Ali. But his spell has been a bit inconsistent with the lines and lengths that he has bowled.
Maybe he's trying too hard to dismiss the 10th wicket. Maybe. He's not bowling as well as he did in previous overs. Oh, defensive and there is no run. Would you as a skipper, Stacey, allow this situation to just bowl over after over without making a concerted effort to dismiss them?
Well, there are a few ways to look at it. It's a young man, probably playing one of his first 50-over games in this tournament. And you'll want him to build his confidence looking forward to the other games to come. He is the only left-arm spinner as far as I can pinpoint in this team. And as he swivels and pulls that one, young Ruplal, who looks to have a bit of fight about him. Just continuing, Gunny. As the over is completed there, 2 runs off that last ball. We'll get the score for you shortly. So it's 108 for 9 after the 39th over. So I was saying, it's a case of probably looking at your young left arm spinner and giving him a chance to find his rhythm, find his bowling rhythm very early when it seems like you are on top of the game. Yes, you want to get rid of these batters as quickly as possible. I agree with you. But maybe it's a case of the captain just giving his bowler a chance to get into his work as a left arm spinner. He hasn't quite nailed it as yet in any of the overs really that he's bowled so far, although he has picked up those 3 wickets. So I agree that maybe when Michael Mackenzie is into his last, and if he doesn't pick up that wicket, I suspect that you'll get one of the pacers coming back from that end.
Yes, well said. Mackenzie from the southern end to bowl now to Agard, Jason Agard. Back he goes, looking to flick it away. The ball striking him on the pad. Half-hearted appeal. Too high. Certainly too high. 108 for 9. As the Leeward Islands really looking to try and dismiss this 10th wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. Flighted he goes and he cut that one down to backward point. No run. 108 for 9 with Agard on 4 and Ruplal on 5.
Yeah, I think Michael Mackenzie needs to be fuller to these batters. I mean,
Allow
we
them
keep
to
repeating it. Yes.
Look up and come on the front
They're
foot.
too comfortable on the
Yes.
back foot, especially in this over to Jason Agard. Looks too comfortable against him.
Up into the air, should be out, and he is finally
There you go,
out.
right on cue. That fuller delivery accounting for the wicket. Certainly, the lower order batters, once they see that full delivery above their eye line, they are gonna go for their shots, or they're gonna try to play a prod forward that's probably ill-advised, and he didn't have enough power to clear that man. Also, the wind factor as well, holding up that delivery to a catch taken by his partner, his bowling partner, Israel Morton, and that's the end of the innings as well for Trinidad and Tobago. Dismissed for 108, 10 overs and 3 balls remaining in their batting innings, and they were unable to bat.
Yeah, 10 overs, 3 balls, 63 balls
63 balls.
remaining.
Well, 64.
64.
62, sorry, as the wicket fell on the fourth ball of the over. So 62 deliveries that they weren't able to bat Trinidad and Tobago, 108 for 10. And Leeward Islands will certainly be the happier of the two heading into lunch.
Yeah, but when we look at the situation here, is it lunch now or are they going to play until it's the stipulated lunchtime? Mr. Graves? Okay, you want to find out for me. Golan. The match referee is going to check on it for us to find out what is happening. But when you look at the Trinidad and Tobago innings, Orlando James 3, Andrew Rambaran 39, Ramdu 0, Jagasa 8, Luke Ali 11, Budu Singh a duck, Joshua Davis 7, Fariz Ali 12, Agard Rayson 4, Adian Ratcha 3, and Anil Ruplal 5 not out. 109 all out, 108 all out, 108. The fall of wickets 4, 10, 23, 23, 48, 61, 90, 91, 99, and 108. Wickets fell continually throughout their innings, and it's just an inept batting performance by Trinidad and Tobago to be dismissed for 108. Had they dug in better, they could have easily gotten them to 150 if there was the necessary support for Rambaran, particularly. But it seems as if they came out and maybe their minds are not here, I'm not sure, and recognize the task that is ahead of the batsmen so that they'll be able to sit down and put some runs in the scoreboard for yourself and for your country.
Yeah, Rambaran seemed to be the only batter that really assessed how to go about building an innings on this surface. I mean, he batted to a plan. He was unfortunate the way he got out a full delivery that he just played to that man at short extra cover. So I mean, really and truly, a dismal batting performance. I think by their standards, they would be saying Trinidad and Tobago that really didn't look like they were about farming partnerships. No one really looked to go out there and try to hold down their heads and just try to bat as long as possible. And they fell 62 balls short of 50 overs.
Yes, so that's it. 108 of 39.4 overs. The Leeward Islands bowling. How would you rate it? Edwards 1 for 18. Micah got 2 for 8. That's Micah McKenzie. Cook 1 for 27. Tong 1 for 15. Mackenzie took 1. Martin took 3. So the wickets were shared around with 1 run out. But generally, I thought the Leeward Islands bowlers used up the conditions well, as against the indecisiveness of the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, because it appeared to me and to others that they were looking to play shorter ball, and they got themselves into trouble when the good balls came, and eventually they were dismissed from it. But how would you rate the Leeward Islands bowling attack?
Yeah, I think they had a plan and they stuck to it quite well. I mean, the opening bowlers, the way they operated in tandem, they certainly came out with an understanding of what to do on the surface. We did mention that they played their last 2-day game right here at Sion Hill playing field, and that new ball boss really accounted for the demise of Trinidad and Tobago very early on. Yes, there was some resistance from Andrew Rambaran, as we mentioned, but the spinners came in and they built on that pressure. Yes, a few of them still didn't manage to really get their rhythm going, but such as their wicket-taking prowess that they were able to curtail the run scoring of Trinidad and Tobago and pick up wickets along the way. So certainly a marvelous display of bowling, a marvelous display of basically sticking to your plans and keeping things pretty simple for Leeward Islands.
So Leeward Islands have to get 109 to win, and as soon as we are ready, they're going to play will continue up until the appointed lunchtime. So until that time, we'll resume commentary. So, To the Sign Hill playing field. Welcome back to the Sign Hill playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we are looking at the response now from Trinidad and Tobago, from the Leeward Islands against the very small score made by Trinidad and Tobago of 108, 39.4 overs. I may very well say it's a small score, but the way things are happening, we are not too sure if they're going to get there. But be that as it may, 109 is in front of them to get for victory. It's a question how they approach it to see exactly who would come out on top, because all the wickets can stymie the whole thing.
Yeah, certainly so indeed, Gunny. A lot of application is required from these batters, much like what we saw from Andrew Rambaran when Trinidad and Tobago batted. Sadly for them, a lot of their other batters didn't have a measure on what to do in their batting innings, so they fell really to a very poor score of 108, all out, batting just 39 overs.
Yeah,
So, opening batters Devanan Singh and Brent Joseph.
Brent Joseph
Brent Joseph and Devanan
and Devanan Singh. Which one on strike?
Singh on strike.
Singh on strike.
So Devanan Singh on strike to who I believe will be Jason Agard. Usually opens the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. Left arm seamer.
That's what the problem is.
We'll be looking to replicate what Nathan Edward did for Leeward Islands. Picking up all the wickets. It's very important.
Singh and Joseph. Yeah. I can eat on top whenever it's time. They can't start, then take it down, then take it in, man. They can't start. They can't start. There's nothing you can do. Right, well, back here at the Sign Hill playing field, I have a slight hold up there. But the game has started. One delivery has gone by. Trinidad and Tobago trying to respond to 108 scored by the Leeward Islands, trying to get 109 to win against Trinidad and Tobago, who put a paltry score, a post score of 108. But I can say that, but you're not too sure how the Leeward Islands are going to respond. Let's see what the approach will be like. Outside the off stump, the second delivery, wide outside the off stump. That's Agard Jason. No wicket for no run. Devanan Singh and Brent Joseph are the opening batters. Well, the weather conditions remain the same. Lovely sunshine. Persons are still having lunch because of everything that went a little bit on the slow side. But be that as it may, game has continued. And it's Agard from the northern end. In, left arm over. This was a good one that lifted on him and he defended it nicely. out on the onside, and there is no run. No wicket for no run. Anyway, so it's no wicket for no run as Devanand Singh, he'll be facing Agard, Brent Joseph, his partner. No wicket for no run. Agard from the left arm over in. This one, another one that lifted on him, but he defended it quite nicely. And there is no run. The same end that we saw, the bunks more pronounced than the other end. So once you're bowling from the northern end into the batter, it bunks in a bit more than if you're bowling from the southern end, whereby it's a little bit of inconsistent bunks. But it's not an excuse for poor batting. All they need to do is to dig in, be tough, be mentally tough, and sit there and bat. Yes, the good one will come, but because your confidence level will rise, you'll be able to handle it. Agard from the northern end, outside the off stump, and he guides that one out to backward point. And there is no run. No run for no wicket. Trinidad and Tobago being dismissed for 108. Leeward Islands trying to get 109 to win. The main batter for Trinidad and Tobago, it was Andrew Rambaran. He got 39. He batted very, very well. 12 from Fariz Ali, 11 from Luke Ali, and those are the middle double outside the off stump. True to the keeper is the end of the over. It's no wicket for no run. Leeward Islands trying to get up to.
Yeah, a really impressive sequence of deliveries from Jason Agard in that over. It started with getting it away, taking it away from the right-hander. Then he straightened his line, and that last one just pitching and leaving the right-handed batter. So a very good start from Jason Agard, something we've come to expect from him, opening this bowling for Trinidad and Tobago.
As it's bowler from the southern end, that's Fariz Ali. He'll be picking it up to bowl to Brent Joseph. No wicket for no run, 1 over is gone. There is 2 slips, a gully, third man, backward point, cover, mid off, wideish, mid on, and long leg. Ali in. It's one good line, good length, defended there by Brent Joseph, and there is no run. The latest situation we have out of the other 2 games, Windies Islands, they were dismissed for 192 against Barbados at Park Hill, and at Annas Vale, Jamaica were dismissed for 175 against Guyana. Those are the update scores. I believe they are at lunch at this present time. As in comes bowls outside the off stump, one that you're allowed to go by. I'll give any benefit of the doubt to that delivery. Taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run.
Yes, he had a quizzical look at the surface at that delivery as that delivery went through to the keeper, and we did highlight the variable bunks that we get in particular from this end that Fariz Ali is bowling from. And that one was a bit wider to start, so with that length, I suspect that he should try and get it a bit straighter with just that length that he bowled previously.
It's one outside the off stump. Good line again, good length, couple of deliveries, and stayed on top of it and defended out on the outside, and there is no run. And when one looks at just a couple of deliveries, the movement of the batters, they are staying still, waiting to see where the ball is pitched before going forward, before the ball has left the bowler's arm.
Yeah, really good sign so far from both of these openers. No run yet, but they're getting behind the ball as well. Devanand Singh and Brent Joseph, who's facing up now to Fariz Ali.
That one stayed down a little bit. Seemed to have struck him as he looking to play it at a height. Let's see. That one bounced a bit more, and it struck him somewhere in the tight pad area, somewhere in that area. And he's down. I do not think they'll call for the physio.
Might be that area that I don't think any male cricketer likes to be hit. Take some time before you get back on your feet. Brent Joseph is back now up on his feet.
Same as if you target that area. Your description. As Fareez Ali from the southern end, the Annesville Stadium end. In. That one, he clips this one nicely, back of a length, and he's on top of it, and forces it out on the onside. And there is a single that came off of that delivery. And it's now one without loss. Leeward Islands trying to get 109 to win.
Yeah, a bit too straight as a follow-up delivery there. The way the field is set to invite the bowler to bowl in that fourth stump channel, even that offside, the off stump, rather, to these two openers. You have two slip and a man at gully waiting, and point is at backward, a very backward point also.
I would have predominantly set offside field. Definitely should not be bowling that line in. Oh my goodness, don't strike him on the pad and he's out.
And that is what I was saying, Gunny. With that sort of variable bounce, being straight is very important and the length is key. On that occasion, the length was exactly where it needed to be from Fareez Ali, and that one keeping a bit low and hitting him flush on the pads. The umpire had no qualms in raising his finger and adjudging Devanand Singh out. He goes back without scoring. So Trinidad and Tobago striking early. The score is 1-1.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago striking back, as I said, quite early at 1-1. With a man out there being Brent Joseph. He went for one. No, he went without scoring. It's now 1-1 Leeward Islands. Trying to hit 109 to win. And if the fast bowlers can bowl that line with this type of variable bounce and be consistent there, Leeward Islands can very well struggle.
Yeah, so the new batter is Joel Andrew, and one might term him as the man for a moment after his knocking the under-19 West Indies, under-19 World Cup. So far in this tournament, he hasn't really shown his ability. Scored one half century in the two-day format. He has a chance now in the white ball form of things. Early wicket for his team. Joel Andrew certainly will be looking to take it home for Leeward Islands. It's 108 runs also. Just to note, I'm giving my congratulations as the players come out. Joel Andrew actually had, seems to be some rain, a bit of weather coming around there, so the umpires have called for the covers to come on. So we are going to have a short rain delay. The score is 1-1 after 2 overs. At this point in time, we'll take a quick break as this rain hopefully subsides pretty soon, and we'll be back with action for you shortly in this Cricket West Indies under-19 50 over men tournament. very short rain delay, and Jason Agard back into his second over. He haven't missed much here at Sand Hill playing field. He bowled a wide first ball, and that will essentially be his first ball of the over. The first one was called a wide. So 2 for 1 at the moment, Leeward Islands. And I was just giving my congratulations to Joel Andrew, who just came to the middle as he was drafted to be a part of the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, the CPL team. So congrats to him and all of the other youngsters in this competition that has been drafted into CPL. So Agard is bowling to Brent Joseph. The dismissed batter is Devanand Singh, dismissed after the bowling of Fariz Ali without scoring. So Jason Agard has changed angles. He's opted to come over around the wicket now. Left arm around the wicket to the right-handed batter. Probably just looking to cramp him for room, not allowing him to free his arms. Let's get that one tailing back into the right-hander as well. Maybe even looking for that one that appears as if it's going in with the arm and then just straightens a touch with that new ball. Looking for some swing early on. So Agard around the wicket to Brent Joseph. Edge and taken. So right on cue, Jason Agard strikes with that angle around the wicket. And another opener dismissed early. The score is 2 for 1. Both openers gone back without scoring. No, actually, I'm very sorry. Brent Joseph actually has won. So 2 for 1 now, the score. 2 for 2. Sorry. A lot of twos there on the screen. Getting an edge, looking to drive on the up there. Getting an edge for that well-set field, that man at gully.
Yes, Stacey. As I said, early wickets can put some shutters into the Leeward Islands batting, because certainly there will be wondering what is happening. You cannot fault the wicket for that dismissal. He just played a loose shot and he got out. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a trend basically with what we've seen from Trinidad and Tobago and now here. I mean, Devanand Singh, he got one that kept a bit low. Yes, maybe if he had gotten on the front foot a bit earlier, he probably would have still been there. But that one was a loose drive outside the off stump. And you must expect the ball to get some swing and some shape early. That new ball from Jason Agard, who's now opted to go back over the wicket left arm over to the new batter, Michael Palmer. Was handy with the ball in hand, but has a job to do with bat. Along with Joel Andrew, who's at the non-striker's end, yet to face the delivery. This one a bit too straight and walked off the pads there to collect a single. Actually, it's a leg by. Signal now by the umpire. It's umpire Foster from Jamaica.
And umpire sending it from Barbados. The thing about it, how are they going to approach 109 to get for victory? 2 has gone, there's 8 more to go, but the Leeward Islands have in their batting lineup a prize possession of Joel Andrew. So it's a question of the need him to perform.
Yeah, he hasn't lit up the tournament thus far, as we've mentioned. He has that 1/2 century in the 2-day format. So certainly a chance for him to revive himself and get back to his run scoring prowess in this 50-over tournament. This one just eased to the onside to get his scoring up and going. Off the mark there.
So the Leeward Islands, a bit of a batter early up, very much like the Trinidadian innings, very similar pattern, early wickets, and we know throughout the Trinidad and Tobago innings, the wickets fell regularly and consistently throughout their innings. There's only Rambaran who really stood up with 39.
Oh, this
Coco
one
should
is
be
an
out.
edge. It's in the air. The field is running. Oh, he puts it down. But that was a brilliant effort. I am here thinking to myself, why none of the fielders closer to the
Gully.
bat attempted to get that catch?
Gully.
I mean, Jason Agard ran in with all his might trying to get that one. It was in the air for a very long time.
It is
And
Gully.
none of the
Stacey,
fielders
and
attempted to get it. Interesting.
the important thing there is that the ball was on a good line, maybe look at it again once up. It really kicked from there, and Gully should have gone in and taken the catch. Look where the Gully is. Gully should have gone in. The distance between Gully and the edge of the square is much closer.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at the keeper. He was on his way in, and then he just stopped halfway. Yes, he saw that Jason Agard was running in with all his might, but he could have well said to him, hey, I'm going to take this catch.
Yeah, but
Him
Gully
or the
was-
Gully, yes, I
The
agree
Gully
with
was
you.
even closer.
Yeah, I
so
agree
the Gully
with
would
you.
not have been doing anything. He
Yeah.
just ran straight, and he was going head on to it. He would have taken it comfortably.
So I'll count that as an opportunity missed there
That's
by,
right.
the,
That's
by the
correct.
Trinidad and Tobago outfit. Oh, that sounded like an edge, was it? It's a huge dismissal. I heard a sound. I'm not sure what it was,
I
but
believe it
everybody
struck
went
his
up.
Pad. I believe it struck his thigh pad or something. That's my belief. Yes.
Yeah, it did. Wow.
I said still good.
So, very good indeed. I did hear a song there. It's very good umpiring by the umpire, man from Barbados, Cincinnati. So,
So the Leeward Islands under real pressure, early pressure I would call it, 4-2. As Trinidad looking to fight back here with this very paltry score that they made. And it's a question to see how are the Leeward Islands going to approach the situation, because Trinidad will be coming all out looking to try to dismiss them under this 109. And low scores are always interesting.
another appeal again.
Oh, that's going leg.
So 2 balls in this over, 2 appeals.
That's going leg.
So Faris Ali walking up some excitement in this over to Joel Andrew.
Yeah, he went wide of the crease and angled it towards leg stump. So the umpire did the correct thing. Certainly that one of them missed leg stump, but had he been bowling straighter between stump and stump, the umpire would have to think twice, but the angle would allow it to slide down to leg.
Someone keeping a bit low again. And that's what I've been saying. You need to target the stumps, especially with the inconsistent bunks we've seen thus far from this end.
The thing about it is that they'll have to try and make inroads early when the ball is new, the sheen is on, by bowling stump to stump. And they will give the Leeward Islands real problem, because we're seeing one up here, one down here. Especially when they really put the effort, their shoulder into it. So it's very interesting times here with the Trinidadian fast bowlers.
Swan on the pads that time and flicked down to that fielder at fine leg. So Faris Ali looking to keep it very full to Joel Andrew. Just throwing a bit in line there. A bit too straight and walking it to the onside. But what I'll say, Stanley, so far off the surface, although there's been some variable bunks and we have spoken at length about it, the wicket has played consistently the same throughout.
Yes,
So although the
both
bounce
teams.
has been variable, it hasn't really rolled, been too hard to play. Yes, it keeps low sometimes, it gets high, but it's basically been like that throughout the day. Not a lot of changes, so one would hope that Leeward Islands, from their point of view, that they have seen what has happened in that first innings and is willing to learn and implement some of the tactics shown by Trinidadian batter Rambaran, who survived a pretty long time for his 39 and looked unbothered for most parts of his innings. So it shows that the wicket is manageable. You can play on the surface and score runs. It's just a matter of application.
Point well taken, in case, Stacey. What is noticeable is that the variable bunks is when the ball is hard, new.
Yes, that is true. And particularly from this end that Faris Ali is operating from, as that one is called a wide, straying 2 straight. Just looking for that magic Yorker in swinging Yorker delivery perhaps, and just starting it a bit too straight.
The thing about it, about the learning process, Trinidad and Tobago batted 39 overs, 39.4 overs. Everyone, the players would have seen how the pitch behaved from both ends when they come to the bowlers. They should try and adapt it and just consistently bowl it, say stump to stump.
Oh, and he's bowled him. There you go, Stanley. You call it stump to stump bowling. And again, that length that Fariz Ali has found, it's just a bit of indecision as whether to go forward or go back to that length. But it's keeping a bit low. It's not getting up as much as the batters are expecting it. And Palmer, an ill-advised pull shot across the line. It shows his demise, and he is dismissed. Another batter goes back, 6 for 3.
Wow. The thing about it is this, I keep saying it, if they bowl stump to stump, they're going to give them real problems once the ball is new. Because it appears to me as if they're playing a sort of a mind cricket rather than playing what is served up to them.
Yeah, and that's a third wicket down, Stanley. And the point I was about to make for Fariz Ali, but it seemed like he was listening to my mind and he tapped into what I was saying. He found that length that is keeping consistently low. It's up and down. You're not too certain. And few overs, 2 balls before, he was looking to get it really full, which, kudos to him for trying to get it full, but he doesn't need to do that. That length right there is causing a lot of trouble to the batters. So if he can just consistently be there, I'm afraid that it will spell trouble for Leeward Islands. They're already 6 for 3 as Agard continues to duel Andrew. Oh, and there you go. It's even lower on that occasion.
This 109 seems to be a mountain.
And it goes back to what you were saying earlier. You were making that point as to whether, Leeward Islands should try to be a bit more proactive in dismissing the last 2 batters. And I made the point of saying, hey, why not get your young left arm spinner to just continue and get into his bowling rhythm. But no, as you mentioned, it's 108 runs. It's certainly looking like 200 at this point in time.
It looks like a mountain to climb and the good thing about the Trinidad and opening bowlers, they are attempting to. You can see the effort being made to bowl stump to stump.
That's what you have to do.
The ball all over the place. They're just there about. So any misbehavior, you're in trouble as a batter.
Yeah. We were both looking at it and we were calling for some more proactivity in dismissing the 8 and 9, 10 batters. As this one is walked to the onside. He plays with such ease, does he, Joel Andrew? This afternoon, they're looking as if they're about to get the covers, get ready, get lined up to pull the covers on. Maybe a bit of dark cloud behind our backs, Connie.
Yes, it would appear as if their local knowledge, I would say, they're well aware of the condition. It doesn't appear to be any big break, if there's a break. It's just some passing light drizzle, I would call it. But it's causing problems for the batters because they will have to restart.
Yeah, so the new batter is Tianik Honore. Fully forward that time, looking for a quick single, but both batters made it quite easily in the end. Throw coming from the skipper, Orlando James.
The thing about the Trinidad and Tobago team is that they're bowling, I said, line to line, stump to stump. What the Leeward Islands batters need to do is to take every available run from the ball when it's off the stumps. Because when these deliveries come bang on target hitting for the stumps, you're finding yourself in a sort of a problem.
Very much so, but I like to see from Agard, him just bringing his length back a touch. A bit too full in this over so far to these 2 batters.
I agree with you. Hang it back another 6 inches.
Yeah, just bring it back a touch.
Just
that
a touch.
length seems to be causing a bit of bother to these batters. A lot of indecision goes into their footwork, not too sure whether to go back or forward. And we've seen it account for 2 of the batters so far. Michael Palmer, of course, playing an ill-advised shot, looking to pull that one, nowhere near it. So he's changed angles now, going back over the wicket to Joel Andrew. An appeal, they all go up. But I'm afraid that one was tailing down. As the umpire signal leg by now. And you'll expect them to be appealing for everything, really. This one was certainly heading down leg.
And it a touch high too as well. So he got away with it. So the thing with it is the bowler from this other end here. Yes, we're looking at the replay here. So he's creating problems.
Yes, and he just needs to continue bowling that
Length,
length.
and look for that
Yeah.
general area.
Don't need
like
to try anything different for
a
easily.
2 foot area just on the stump there, creating problems. But if he can be, somebody like a Courtney Ambrose will have cleaned up this batting. And now, but Philip.
I don't
he
think
is
these
not
young
bad.
batters will want to be facing the likes of Courtney Ambrose
No,
in
the
his
left-
prime.
whatever-
I know.
I'll
I
get
know.
to you. The point I want to make is the level of consistency.
Yes,
Once they
yes,
get
yes.
a pitch, assisting them somehow. Ambrose, now but Philip. I remember one time we played at Andersville a few years ago, and they had a pitch similar to this. Not as like this, but something similar. And we got dismissed for 41. Now
Wow.
took 7. He was just taking his own time in, and he was looking for that area.
Did you get 40 of that 41, Stanley? There
What
you
that-
go again, right there. Joel Andrew on the back foot though. Just
got
digging
12.
it out. You got 12. Got a lot. Did you top score?
But it's obviously top score.
Top score.
12.
Top score with that
No, but
12.
Philip got 7 for about 16 there about. It was difficult to bat because he was aiming, he cut his pace, and just aiming for at that particular area. And he created a lot of problem for us.
Yeah.
But this guy,
Fariz Ali.
Fariz is really bowling stump to stump because that last delivery kept down.
Yes, it did. And that's all that's required. He just continues there. Just nag away at that line and length. Test the batting ability of this Leeward Islands lineup. So far, Joel Andrew looks as if he's up to the task.
You want
knows-
to repeat a Rambaran?
Yeah, he needs to do that. And it's basically a replica of how Rambaran came out and batted. I mean, he left those outside his half stump and he played at those that were attacking his stump. Very measured in his approach, confident as well, Rambaran.
You can see the experience there of Andrew coming to the fore.
Yeah.
He's keeping his eyes on the ball. He's not moving forward nor backward. He's just waiting to see where it is going to pitch.
Yeah, very
And
still.
It's the correct approach.
And
so-
that's one of his strengths. He plays the ball very late under his eyes, and that is what is required here. Let the ball come on to you. Don't try to push at it. Don't try to go at it before it gets there. And he's handling things quite nicely so far. And that's the thing with a score like this, 109 for victory. You can afford to bat like that. You're under no pressure in terms of the scorecard. So you can afford to just soak up a bit of pressure. And that is certainly what is required from this batting partnership of Tianik Honore and Joel Andrew.
I think one of the greatest problem you have with these batters on this pitch is adaptability. I think that's the greatest problem because you're going to go different places. The pitch is playing something similar. You have to have that adaptability in you to be able to measure and sit down and bat because apparently they don't seemingly want to bat too long because they're not adapting properly. If they adapt properly, they'll be able to survive, similar to what Rambaran did.
Yeah, so that was a maiden over from Fariz Ali. The score is 9 for 3 after 6 overs.
Fariz Ali 3 overs, 2 for 3, and Jason Agard 1 for 4 from 3. It'll be really tight from the Trinidad and Tobago fast bowlers. So what is crucial here for the Leeward Islands is for both Andrew and his partner to sit down there and bat and bat and bat. Just adapt to the situation. Because you go to Australia, you're going to get fast bouncy pitches. You go to India, getting these turners. You know, in South Africa, they have some pitches that's seeming about. You have to adapt.
Yes,
to succeed.
and that's very, very important in modern day cricket. You're not playing in one country all the time. You get to move from place to place and you are going to face different conditions. It's one flashing outside the half stump. He gets a healthy edge. He runs close to the boundary. The fielder gives chase and does so quite well. So 2 runs to Tianik on array, and just continuing on that point, the best batters around the world, that's what they're able to do. That's why they are the best batters around the world. They're able to adjust to conditions and just adjust their game to suit what is required from their team's perspective. You look at the likes of Steve Smith, who goes to England and continuously score runs in what we've deemed trying conditions over the years. The flash outside the off stump, that one keeps low once more. So Tianik on array. Looking to play across the line there. That is not advised on the surface.
But he should have been looking to play with that vertical bat straight towards,
Certainly so.
mid-off, somewhere in that area, looking to hit the ball some over mid-wicket.
You must be looking to present the full face of the bat. You have been sitting there. You have seen how the other batters have gotten out. So a lot more application is required from you. That's what he should be thinking. It's one again, just playing as a lady prod outside the off stump. Ball just died on its way to the keeper, really.
You know, I have played cricket at the regional level, and you had to adapt the way you were bowling because the surfaces were different in the different countries. So you had to be very quick with your thinking and recognize and read the pitch, what is happening, and try to adapt.
Indeed. It's better that time.
See, one of the
From
pitches
Tianik.
that we played on in those days was at Old Border in Guyana. And it noted to be a feather bed. You can close the iron bat. So Guyana won the toss and decided to bat. How are we going to get them out in this feather bed? But we didn't manage to pry them out because of sheer guts and our quick thinking as to what has to be done in order to be in the game.
And there you go, adaptability, not just for the batters, but of
Bowlers
certainly
as
the
well.
fielding team as well. This one is driven nicely. They've set off for a quick single. Make it in the end. There's a huge appeal for a run out, but I think he got there quite comfortably. I think the direct hit spurred some excitement for the Trinidad and Tobago team, but he got there quite comfortably in the end, Joel Andrew.
He got in quite comfortable, man. You know, the excitement of the storm has been shattered, you know. I'll give you another joke. Stacy playing in St. Kitts.
Hit firmly to that man at mid-on to end the over. 3 runs coming from it. The score moves to 12 for 3.
Another testing over there as far as this match is concerned. But we're seeing that the batters, they are trying to adapt and try to understand how things are happening out here. Let us try and put our heads down and bat based on what is being served up to us from the Trinidad and Tobago fast bowlers. That's what I think I'm seeing here from these two guys.
And that's the thing. If you decide you are going to bat 50 overs, which probably wouldn't be required in the context of this game, you are more than certainly, probably, hopefully, going to win the game. And you say that because, you know, we've seen cricket, we've seen some weird things happen in this sport. But if you make up your mind to just stay and bat, you are going to score runs. And you are going to win the game for your team.
Yeah, be tight with your defense and be selective when you're going to play shots to get runs.
Certainly.
That's exactly what's needed.
Going across the line there, probably tailing down, but from that length, do not advise any batters to play across from that length.
It wasn't that far away from
Wasn't that far
away
at
from
all.
leg stump, to be honest with you. Because as you quite rightly said, you're looking for the vertical bat. Play with a straight bat.
You have
That
to.
delivery can easier play with a fairly straight bat, ended up somewhere at mid-arm, rather than looking to bring it around to square leg.
Should be looking for a single. He's called through for it. He was hobbling down there. Wow, that probably would have been close had it been hit.
He
Wasn't alert to that single at all.
He was ambling, Stacey, and he could easily have lost this wicket.
Certainly so. Wasn't mindful of the single. I mean, Joel Andrew did the right thing. The single was on. And that's the thing I was thinking to myself. Sometimes in this game, the young players, they miss hits. They are so disappointed by it. They're not looking for that single. And Joel Andrew, aware and alert to that, saw an opportunity for a single, called him through. And he, as you mentioned, was ambling down to the non-striker's end. Almost lost his wicket. And good take by the keeper, Kyle Ramdu.
Yes, it was given a joke about same case where we were told Windies Leewards this was a quick wicket, ground staff. When we looked at the surface, always looked at it, we said something isn't right with this. Quick wicket, but it had a sort of a greyish kind of appearance. And we decided, hey, hey, look, we have to do readjustments to our bowling lengths and so on.
Nicely forward on that one, Andrew. He's playing it quite nicely. Playing it a bit from his crease. But as I mentioned, that's his strength. He plays the ball pretty late and right under his eyes.
One of the fast bowlers, not calling any names. A couple of overs, maybe two or
If
so.
you're giving me the joke, you have to call names, Stanley.
You're not going to put me on the spot. And he told the skipper, because there was no bunks, nothing in the track. Get back to that.
Is this from your team or the opposition?
Windies.
Windwards.
And nothing was happening. The ball was sort of staying around knee height.
Right.
No bunks, nothing. And pitch slow. So somebody had to leave the field. And we had a little gather and realized we had to readjust our thinking. Third over, the fast ball came in and bowled. You know, he told the skipper he has on the socks on the wrong foot. He went off because there was nothing in the pitch.
Oh, wow.
We got tricked.
So
But the good thing about it, we ended up winning the match by 1 run.
How did you manage to do that? As the over is completed after 14 for 3.
We ended up winning the game by 1 run because they got a score. We got just a small first innings lead. They went back and they set us. They went back, and then we had to bowl at them. And the thing with it, the target was set, and then eventually we got home by 1 run. It was sheer guts, grind, determination. Leeward Islands 14 for 3 off 8 overs. It's tough going here at sign.
You're telling me a joke, but this seems to be a very educational period here. You have to have determination and grit.
Yes, you got to have it. You see, in those days, Stacey, the regional cricket was of a very high standard because certain players who came to play the other professionals, Will Slack, Neil Williams, and the others from the other country, we recognize we were playing test match. It's not no regional nothing. It was test match style because it was the creme that were playing in those days. Nobody was opting out to say they're going to play no T20. There was no 20 around. They had to go and play for your country. So the greats of the West Indies cricket, you had to go and face the music.
So I guess the joke might be after Agard finishes this ball, he runs into Joel Andrew. That player that went off because he had the sock on the wrong foot, what happened to him? Did he ever come back into that game? Did he come and celebrate with you after your victory? I think that is where the joke lies.
Yes, that is the joke. He went off the field. He stayed off for quite a lot of while because the pitch was slow because we were told it's a good pitch. Bongs a bit. It never bongs.
Wow.
Be honest with you.
So he only wanted a surface that was offering him bonks.
That's right.
And that's a lesson in itself. You know, you won't get conditions in your favor all the time. And we keep mentioning that word adaptability.
Yes,
you have to be able to adapt to the conditions.
Yeah, you got to. You have no choice.
So that's where variation comes in.
All of that, but that is a new word in cricket these days because something is missing in this level of cricket. You look at it in T20, a lot of variations. You're not seeing it in this longer version. Have you been paying attention?
Yeah,
Not
usually
really
as he runs in, Agard. Oh, that one kept pretty low as well, but well left by well left by Joel Andrew. Yeah, usually what I notice in modern day cricket, and a lot of the players, especially the youngsters, they look to bowl their variations at the back end of the innings. And to me, I mean, if there's absolutely nothing happening, a lot is happening out there right now for these opening bowlers. If there's absolutely nothing happening on a surface, nothing is wrong with going to your variations very early. This is one sails to the keeper, pretty low still. It will
Yes, I
only
think
get
if
low
he-
as the spinners
I
come
think
in.
if he pull that length back and bowl on the stumps as they were doing previously, it will create no problems because what is happening, he's lining the ball outside the half stump. Joel and the other batter has picked up the line, what he's doing, and they're not playing, which is the correct thing to do.
Yeah, he's probably looking to get that one that comes back in to the right-handed batter, but so far it's been pitching and leaving him. So let's see if he manages to get that one to come back to the right-hander. Still outside the off stump. To end the over, a maiden one. 9 overs gone. Leeward Islands 14 for 3.
Yeah, well, he has decided he's going to bowl on or outside the off stump consistently. The batter has picked him up what he's doing, and it is good thinking on the part of the batsman realizing his team is into trouble, and he's not going to play any loose shots out there, hopefully for the time being. And let's see how it goes from here. And I think that's what they're doing, trying to wear down the fast bowlers with this line and let the ball in. So I think that's a good approach by the Leewards thus far.
Yes.
It can change.
And the thing is now with Trinidad and Tobago, if Jason Agard comes back for another over, he needs to change his approach to Joel Andrew. He needs to bring it straighter, make him play. Because so far you've seen that he is well prepared to leave it outside the off stump.
Exactly.
It's no bother to him. It's just 95 runs.
That's one over more that has gone. It should get a bit easier as the ball gets a little softer.
So Ali, errant in line there to Yannick Honore. Honore will have fond memories of this ground. 2 days ago, he scored a half century against Windies Islands. A 6-laden half century. He took a liking to Lee John of the Leeward Islands, hit him for 3 sixes consecutive back to back.
How was
Actually,
the pitch playing in that game?
I did not see the game. I was following the scores, and I
Okay.
just remember seeing 6-6-6. And
Okay.
I was wondering if my eyes were deceiving me. And then another over, he came back 6-6-6 once more. So I edge.
caught.
Oh, he's
Gone.
edged to the man at slip. And Yannick Honore, I was just talking about his fond memories to Lee John, a spinner on that occasion. A similar dismissal to Joshua Davis in the first innings, not getting fully behind it, and an edge, a leading edge, straight to that man at slip. So Leeward Islands, they are in all a spot of bother as they are 15 for 4.
Yes, and he played at that one head, and he snicked it 2 seconds slip, who took a good low catch as Leeward Islands sinks further into the mire at 15 for 4, and in all sorts of contortions here at the Sandhill playing field, trying to get to 109 to win this game. It is not going to be easy against these fast bowlers here from Trinidad.
Yeah.
And I rather suspect they will have an extended spell.
Yeah, very good hands there from Luke Ali in the slip cordon. Taking a very low catch to his left. As the new batter in is Nathan Edwards. Join Joel Andrew. He needs somebody to stay with him. It's starting to resemble that innings from Trinidad and Tobago.
They were 23 for 4.
Yeah, and in
And they are
terms
now
of
15 for 4.
in terms of having that one batter who's willing to get stuck in and stay there, play the situation of the game, the other batters aren't really looking as if they want to play that part. Joel Andrew needs support. That's what we were saying for Trinidad and Tobago in the case of Rambaran. And here we are again singing the same tune.
Very similar.
We need a new song, Gunny. I don't know if anybody will allow us to be able to have a different song singing here today. So far, we've basically been saying the same thing in both innings. 15 for 4.
Trinidad were 23 for 4. Remember they lost these early wickets, and Leeward Islands faring even worse because they are 8 runs behind with the same number of wickets
Yes,
down.
indeed so.
But then the sort of revival, if you want to call it that, began when with his Luke Ali, he joined Rambaran and they put on a partnership of 25. And the situation in the game is a big partnership.
Yes, that's all that's required as Nathan Edwards, new batter. I think we need to get his name right. I see an S on his shirt, and the scorecard has it without an S.
Well, we'll go with what
So I'm going to go with the shirt.
You go with
There's
the
an
shirt.
S on his shirt.
You're not leaving room for error.
Yeah.
A misprint. on
I'm
his shirt.
wondering, well, I would hope that if there was a misprint that he would block it out with some tape. At least that. Well, left again there by Nathan Edwards. Some of that is needed. You need to play some attritional cricket. You need to soak up the pressure. Play some boring cricket, Stanley. That's what we want to see from that Leeward Islands will be hoping for. You don't need to be playing that flashy shot to get runs. Lots of singles are on offer. You leave alone the ones not threatening you. And when you get one in your half, you put it away. That's basically what is needed just to play on the merit simple cricket by the Leeward Islands. Looks to run this one down to deep third. A diving effort there by Andrew Rambaran, the man we've spoken so highly about in his batting innings.
What Ali has done for Riz Ali is that he lost his line temporarily because he was a left-hander. So he had to change the line, left and right hand combination. He had to change the line. That's why he went off target. But then his last delivery is back on the spot where he's supposed to be bowling.
Yeah. We're seeing growth. We're seeing growth right away from Fariz Ali as he changes angle this time. Coming around the wicket to the left-handed batter. It's been a marvelous display of fast bowling so far in the entire match, really. And Trinidad and Tobago continuing to do so. Yeah, so this angle with that length should surely create some uncertainty to the left-handed batter. So good thinking from the young man to change
I
angles.
think he's about to give him credit.
Yeah,
Changing
certainly
the
so.
line, changing the angle, and see exactly how he responds.
Yes. But the length is key because I believe if he pitches it up, you will see that ball being smoked to the cover area. The cover gap is wide open. So he needs to be consistent with that length. Quick single taken. The running has been good between the wickets so far. As Nathan Edwards come off. Gets off strike. Gets off the mark as well. Leeward Islands are 16 for 4 after 10 overs at a similar stage. Trinidad and Tobago were 30 for 4.
Yes, it's really a difficult time out there with the batters. And credit must be given to Fariz Ali. He's really been thinking. You can see that he's thinking. Bearing in mind the left-hander came and he tried his best to find back the line that he was bowling mainly at the right-handers. And he succeeded thus far, not getting a wicket, but picking back up the line that is creating the problem for the Trinidad and Tobago batters. So we'll see how it goes as time goes on. So we'll have the left-hander now will be facing Aiden Agard from the northern end. We'll see which line he will bowl, which length he will bowl. Now the left-handers against the right-hander. Because as the previous over, he was pitching too far outside off stump to the right-handers. Now with the left-hander in, he'll have to bowl on the opposite side and try to bowl wicket to wicket. And he is going to create some problems. Let's see the approach of Edwards to see exactly how they're going to respond to this crisis that they're in.
Walks it to the onside for a single. A lot of that is required from a Leeward Islands perspective. Just play the ball and its merit. So nicely walked. He has batting ability, Nathan Edwards. I think he'll be termed an all-rounder in this side.
Fight. Is what is needed from the Leewards.
Definitely
Fight.
so.
A real fight against the odds at this moment. I think the game is evenly poised, where it is at this moment. At 17 for 4 in horse racing term, you might say that they're just in front by the nose.
Which team? Which team is in front? Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
Just by the nose.
In horse racing terms.
I think they'll want to see the back of Joel Andrew. I think that will be a very important wicket in the context of this game.
But Joel Andrew is showing them the broad face of the bat.
Yes, that has been the difference. And that has been the difference from Andrew. He's 4 out of 26, but don't mind the strike rate. He's there, he's prepared to play a very long time, showing his maturity and looking to bat a lot of time in the middle. And that is what is important in this situation. Yeah, there you go again, leaving that one outside the off stump. And we were calling for Jason Agar to try and get that one, the ball to straighten a bit to Joel Andrew. And I think he's trying. He's now bowling left arm over the wicket, or around the wicket, around the wicket to Joel Andrew. Looking to get that ball to straighten a touch to him, hoping that one will probably keep low.
Again, he's gone back to his previous over, whereby he's pitching a bit too wide for Joel Andrew. The experienced Joel Andrew. And Andrew is equal to the task, recognizing what he's attempting to do. Keep it outside up, hoping that he will flash or look for a drive and could easily sneak it. But Andrew with his experience is battling it out there. So it's really a battle of the wits that is on out there.
Yeah, so far from Andrew, it's a case of knowing exactly what the ball is trying to do and not allowing him to the opportunity to take his wicket. So he knows when he bowls that one outside the half stump, just outside his half stump, that fifth stump line, that he's looking for him to play a drive at it and probably edge it. And when he brings it back, he's hoping that he will catch him off guard, maybe on the back foot, and get him trapped LBW or even bowled. And so far, he's really reading the mind of the bowler.
The thing about it, the bowler is also thinking he's going wrong the wicket and over the wicket, changing the angles.
So one a bit more width on offer. Doesn't manage to get it into the gap. A dot to finish. 17 for after 11 overs is 17 for 4.
Yes, and the struggle continues here for the Leeward Islands, trying to get 109 to win. It's not going to be easy. And it's a question of who would break first in this situation, because Edward and Moso Andrew, Joel Andrew, they're trying to put up a fight for their team, recognizing the position they are into. They are in a very serious position. So they're trying to, I believe, weigh down the fast bowlers and look for a change in bowling, which should or could make their life easier.
Yeah, it's certainly a test of the batter's patience as well as the bowlers, because it's only a matter of time before they might say to themselves, okay, this isn't working, and then I need to bowl something different, which doesn't really need to happen. They still need to continue doing what they're doing because they're doing it quite well. So for Rizali to continue, it's one just beating the outside edge of a prodding Nathan Edward.
Certainly. The battle is on between bat and ball out there. You can see the bowlers are thinking. Edward and Joel Andrew are also thinking. So the matter who's going to break first.
Yeah.
Are they going to serve upon it to will get some runs, or are they going to continue this line? Because they cannot continue to bowl for the rest of the afternoon. They'll have to come off at some stage. So it's imperative for us to stay here and await on the next two bowlers.
Yeah, and on that note about continuing to bowl for the rest of the afternoon, I must give credit to the fitness of the fast bowlers in this tournament. I mean, I've seen some fast bowlers bowl some very long bowling spells. Usually in a 50 over game, you might give them 5 or so, and then they're off. But you've seen the fitness being tested of these fast bowlers, and they're up to the mark. So I must commend the fitness I've seen, the fitness levels of the fast bowlers in this tournament so far.
But they should, because they're young people.
So wide signal. I say this tournament, but I also mean the 2-day tournament, specifically from that. I saw some really long spells from some of the Jamaican fast bowlers, and in particular the Barbados fast bowlers as well.
Didn't they have a restriction in relation to how many?
They did have a restriction, but I think it's been lifted now.
Okay.
And we've actually opened the door for a conversation about bowler management in that previously concluded 2-day tournament. Having your bowlers bowl 10 on the trot, for example. Looking to walk it to the onside and take off for a quick single, but sent back by Joel Andrew. What do you prefer, though? I mean, I know a lot of people have their opinions on it. I remember Kenroy Martin, for example, he's in favor of that restriction being lifted. It is lifted, but do you think that rule should be in place, or do you think it's should be left to the team to manage their bowlers properly? Because having your fast bowler run in and bowl short for 10 overs on the trot certainly is taking a lot out of him. Yes, they're young, but they're also now learning what their bodies can really do. And that can lead to burnout, as well as this one. It's in the air, but safe. They should pick up 2 runs quite easily. So can't bowl that straight for easily. Need to bring it back to that off-stump line. So a bit too straight there from Ali.
The thing about it, you can look at it from both angles. Because, yes, they can lift the restriction, but what effect would it have on the player? Looking at talking about management of the physical being of the human being. You can look at it from one angle, and you look at it from the next angle. Remove it. Go back.
Swanner edge this time, and a catch taken there by Andrew Rambaran, diving forward. A bit of kick that time off the surface there, and Nathan Edward was forward. A bit of discussion between the 2 umpires as to whether that was cleanly taken. He said no. Actually, the umpire at square leg adjudged it to be falling just short. We'll see a replay of that shortly. Let's see if we can get an angle of that there. Can't quite see it, but the umpire has a good view from the square leg area, and he said that edge fell just short of Andrew Rambaran.
The angle is not clear. It's not clear, not decisive. When you look at it back on the replays. So when you're in doubt, give the batter the doubt.
Fair enough.
Give the batter the advantage. I think that's what happened there. He wasn't sure. So he did the right thing.
Came forward very early. It hit a bit high on the bat, and that's what accounted for the edge there, Nathan Edward. That time leaving it alone. It's a good judgment being shown by Edwards in his selection.
The thing about it, Stacey, is that if he did not pick it up, be honest, said no, and that will eliminate any doubts in anyone's mind.
Yeah,
but it looked close, but he, the individual, is the one who is aware whether he got it off the ground or not. So he should clearly say, no, yes, I took it.
Well, yes, that's one way also, but sometimes, I mean,
sometimes
it's very hard to see. It's very hard to know whether it bounced just short of you. But the umpire had the best view from square leg, and he said that did not go straight into the hands of Rambaran.
Well, he made a decision and lived by that.
Yes, certainly.
That's how I see it. But even the replay is very inconclusive.
Yeah.
So I think he did the right thing at the end of the day.
Certainly, and I always believe if it's inconclusive, I think the decision should really just stay with the batter.
But see, years ago, again, a young girl, so to speak, the benefit of the out goes to the batsman. That's how it used to be in the olden days. You had no technology, you had no replay, nothing.
Yeah.
The benefit of always went to the batsman. That was a written something.
Yeah, so 20 for 4 and a change of bowling. Adian Racha, new bowler taking over from Jason Agard, who had a brilliant spell, picked up 1 wicket in it. So Adrian Racha, let's see what he has to offer. He's very tall, very tall bowler. Pulls out of his run-up.
So this is, I believe, the break that Joel may probably be waiting on a change of bowling. Because the 2 bowlers really, really bowl well in the conditions as they are. So it's a matter, can he continue or would he be a little less loose and be able to get some runs?
And that's the thing I was about to come to. And there you go, he's leaving it alone. It's a wide, but the approach primarily needs to be the same from Joel Andrew. He doesn't need to think, because it's a new bowler, I should just throw caution to the wind. Still needs to assess what the new bowler is doing and make sure to keep out the good deliveries.
It's a matter of wait and see what this third bowler has to offer and then respond appropriately.
Yes, indeed. So Adrian Racha starts with a wide. Better line delivery on that occasion, but left alone again.
It's a good test of the batters when you have bowlers bowling this type of a line. It tests you because it plays on your patience. How patient am I? Because he's not giving anything away. He's keeping us there. Who's going to fall first?
Yeah, and this is the thing. These teams, they just came from playing a 2-day version.
Yeah.
And with this sort of score, an application resembling somewhat of how you would approach a 2-day format is what is required here from Joel Andrew and company. So he just needs to do much of that, basically. As I mentioned, he didn't really get off in that. He also plays 4-day, featured in that 4-day tournament.
But he seemed to have settled on outside the off stump. Oh boy.
Some bunks that time from Adrian Racha. And Joel Andrew looking to throw his hands at it. He's just missing and taken at a comfortable height from Kyle Ramdu.
That's the point I was making. Here it is. He have one whereby his eyes lit up. Seen a short ball bounce into do the horizontal cut and try and get a boundary. But he missed it, all because of the pressure from the 3 previous deliveries. Nothing to hit, nothing hit in the middle of the bat. So the experience of Joel Andrew is definitely coming out.
Concentration certainly needs to be long here in this game.
I like the approach of this third bowler. He's not really giving you anything away so far. He's thereabouts. Seemingly has one line. He's bowling that line, and maybe he tried something, the short lifter, and you can say he got away with it because it wasn't slammed away for any runs. And he will continue. Let's hope he'll continue to bowl the line and test even further. Joel.
Oh, this one, he flares his bat at it and get it over that slip cordon for a welcome boundary.
I think that's the shot he was trying to do previously. Tried to play that one previously and it missed. But there's where the shorter one came. And he did the correcting things at tight. An opportunity has presented itself towards getting some kind of a runs. And he did the correcting. Good shot selection.
And it's a safe option, really. With the ball bouncing at that height, once you get it over that slip cordon, it's gonna be runs. And it bounced, and I noticed that is what he has done. The deliveries that's bounced a bit more, he's looking to play a shot at it because he believes that's gonna be the safest thing to do rather than the ones that are lower. So right back on it there now, Adrian Racha. As the over is completed, 5 runs from it, Leeward Islands are 25 for 4.
I thought that Eden missed the trick there because here it is, there was readjustment to the field whereby the man was sent back to third man for the uppercut. He should have allowed him to play it a second time.
Yeah, just to test to see if he would take him on.
Exactly. Would he take on the short ball to play a similar shot? But he went back to line and length. I thought he missed it.
The other thing to note, though, I think when Joel Andrew played that shot, I'm not quite sure he was really aiming for up and over the slips. He was probably aiming to hit it
squarer.
right? And he just basically got it to go over the slip cordon. So maybe if he had tested him again, he probably would have been able to nail the shot that he attempted previously and get it better. But it's something that we've been talking about, patience with the bowlers. As a new bowler, Joshua Davis, as a ball in hand, a spin bowler this time. Has a knack of picking up wickets, Joshua Davis, when he's introduced. Let's see.
Is he similar to Morton?
He seems to he's an off spinner from what I can remember last year. So
He seems a very young individual, looking at his physique.
if I stand to be corrected, but I think he actually captained the team last year, Joshua Davis.
Okay.
I'll get my full information then, but I can
You
recall
have
him.
your, yeah, that one forward defensive. And there's no one. It's now 25 for 4. Leeward Islands in a battle here trying to get 109 to win. As Davis from the southern end of the Andersville Sports Complex and flight to delivery and open the face and run it down. No runs total to 25 for 4.
Yes, so I confirm my information. He did captain the team last year, Joshua Davis. Orlando James, the man at backward point, is the skipper this year.
Good line, good length as far, good flight, flatter trajectory. The problem we have with some of our spinners after this over.
What's the problem you're having with some of the spinners, Stanley?
Yeah, the spinners of yesteryear had more flight, more trajectory, more guile than the spinners today. I don't know if it's as a result of having to bowl that way because of white ball cricket. It's white ball cricket, you get less done. So what happened here, fine fellas, bowlers tend to bowl a flatter trajectory rather than the days when they give it the air, as we call it, and allow batsmen to come out of the crease, to use their feet and come at you.
Oh.
They have a pretty good steady. I call it steady over there. So as I was saying to you, once you flight the ball, the batsman came at it. It's always a tremendous battle when you had spinners of Venkat, Raghavan, Chandrasekhar, Bedi, Lance Gibbs, and some other names around. Gone are those days, fella used their feet and tried to get at them, and all this created a wonderful spectacle. As against, it was changed by West Indies with the 4-prong pace attack. It was changed, but the spinners in those days were really, really and truly, it was a treat watching them. See the batsmen dancing to the variety of the spinners. It doesn't matter from which country. It was really a wonderful spectacle.
Yeah, so 25 for 4, a maiden over by Joshua Davis as Adrian Racha tears into, and this time he flails his bat, and I think he nailed it on that occasion. That is where he was aiming. He mentioned he was trying to get it squarer, and he got it squarer. I think he listened to Ugoni and decided to bowl that delivery, but Joel Andrew said, I'm going to get it where I want it to go. So 4 runs off the bat of Joel Andrew, 29 for 4.
Yes, and I think, again, this is very good captaincy here because the third man has been brought to his right. What he needs to do is deliver something similar. Let's see how Andrew will play it.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though. You're saying it's very good captaincy, but it appears as if he's following the ball. I mean, the first time the ball was hit in that direction, he sent that man back. That he nailed it, hit it squarer, now he's brought him squarer. So if he's going to continue with that line and length, and if Joel Andrew is going to take him on, I suggest, yes, you have that man squarer at point, and you also put a man back at deep third.
Well,
that's just my suggestion.
No, well, let's see how they're going to respond, both batter and bowler.
What I'll say so far is that Adrian Racha has been trying a bit too hard in his spell so far, trying to get it to bounce as well. What we're seeing, what's worked on the surface that has variable bounce that's been consistently low in this second half, we've seen that ball in that in-between length has caused a lot of problems for the batters. So he needs to find that and stick there for the rest of his bowling spell. It's time he goes for it, falling just short of the man at point. Justin Jagassar there at point. So if this is what I'm saying. If he's gonna go for that shot, it appears as if he really is going to take on that shot at that length, then set the field accordingly. Put a man back at third man, have the man back at backward point, and tell him to have a go at it and give your bowler a chance if he's gonna continue.
But then you'll
bowling
move
that
one
length.
of the slips and bring them to gully.
Yes, you'll probably have to move one of the
Because
slip
he may
fielders.
be smart enough to ride it and drop it at gully and get a single.
Right,
If you
right.
put the gully and move one of the slip, he'll then have to determine what he's going to do.
Yeah. It's just a case of giving the bowler protection for that type of delivery. It's driven firmly, a firm push to get a single. So somewhat of a partnership being built here between Andrew and Nathan Edward, two very senior members of this Leeward Islands Leeward Islands team.
Both of them will have to dig deep to extricate the Leeward Islands from the position they are into, because it's not a track where you can afford to play shots, a feather bed. It is giving the bowler some assistance, and it is really just their mettle.
Yeah, so a nice little battle being built here between Racha and Joel Andrew. So far, he's opted to take on that shorter pitch delivery to him and hit it outside the off stump.
Yeah, so Aiden from the northern end in, outside the off stump, too wide, attract a shot from Joel Andrew, allow it to go by. And I think the game can be won and lost at this particular point in time, because the tactics will determine what happens from here.
Certainly so. The tactics of the
Yes.
Trinidad and Tobago, they need to better that of Joel Andrew and Nathan Edward, who is just prepared to play shots to ill-directed deliveries and leave the one outside the off stump. As drinks is called at this point in time, Leeward Islands are 31 for 4. And in the other games, Jamaica chasing...
Guyana chasing Jamaica.
Actually, what I'm seeing here is Guyana. Guyana is who made 175.
Oh,
I think the score was, I don't know
The
what
other
was
way
happening
around.
there, yeah. So Guyana made 175. Jamaica, in reply, they are 51 for 2. And we have some rain interruption at Park Hill, and Barbados started like a train. They are 58 for 1 after 7 at Park Hill, chasing 192. But some rain interruptions up there. And we have a short drinks break, and we will take a break here as well. When we come back, more action for you in this Cricket West Indies under 19s men 50 over tournament. Yeah, so welcome back after that drinks break. Nathan Edwards on strike to Joshua Davis. Joel Andrew at the other end getting into his walk. He's 13 or 41 as Davis comes into Nathan Edwards and he gets that first run after that drinks break. So 32 now for 4, Leeward Islands. And that's all that's required of them, just to knock it around, put the bad balls away.
Yeah, but lots of overs remaining, so it's a matter of trying to knock it wrong because the delivery will come, they'll give you real problems.
Yes, and try not to lose any more wickets. Dismissed batter so far is Devanand Singh without scoring. Brent Joseph for 1. Michael Palmer without scoring. And Tianik Honoré for 5. So a recovery effort here between Andrew and Nathan Edward. Easy on the eyes, Andrew, quite pleasing. And he's showing all his worth in this innings so far.
Batting look a little bit easier now with the number 3 and 4 bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, Davis and Achin.
Yeah, certainly so.
The fast bowlers did put in a very good spell, both of them.
So I'm just sitting here and I'm wondering who else can they turn to Trinidad and Tobago after these two in operation.
They're bound to have a 5th bowler.
Yeah, they do. But I'm wondering, in terms of performance, who would they turn to? I mean,
remember there were some extras who were here who didn't play in the 2-day tournament and they
yes.
were suited to the one-day version.
I think the captain himself bowls, Orlando James.
That one spun.
Yeah, certainly did.
Bounced.
So I'm thinking of who are your other spinners in the lineup. Ruplal, he's in today. He probably looks like a spinner. So looking to leave it alone. 2 runs from it. 33 for 4, Leeward Islands.
Very slow grind here as far as this game is concerned. It's not a feather bed.
Try and make an impact.
But you're asking for the 5th bowler.
Yeah, well, the 5th ball is on, but I was kind of enjoying the battle between Joel Andrew and Adrian Ratcher. I mean, it did appear as if Joel Andrew was winning the battle, but I was just intrigued with the way it was playing out. And I was wondering, with a different field setting, what may have happened or gone in the mind of Joel Andrew in playing those shots.
True.
But not meant to be. A change of bowling, another spinner into the attack. So Andrew Rambaran.
See what he's going to bowl.
Left arm. And hit hard right away off the bat of Joel Andrew, but the field is out there, so it'll just be 1.
I believe the skipper is hoping that he will do what Leeward Islands leg spinner, Martin. Hoping that he will do Martin. Same
or even better than Morton. Maybe try and get the 6 wickets that's remaining. Morton managed to pick up 3. Started a bit too full to Andrew. He has the left-hander to contend with. Yeah, so it's a pretty simple equation right now for Trinidad and Tobago and Leeward Islands. I say simple, but it's not quite looking that way so far for either of the teams. And Trinidad and Tobago, they need 6 wickets and they need them in a hurry. Stanley, Leeward Islands just need to continue batting and for as long as possible.
Leeward Islands define them thus far.
Yeah.
In the form of Joel and
at every stage of the game so far, Leeward Islands have been behind Trinidad and Tobago with runs scored. Wickets have been the same. At the end of the 15th over, they were 43 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago, Leeward Islands were 32 for 4. So Swan walked into the onside. So batting looks quite easy with these two in the middle and the change of bowling. is there a case for maybe giving Faris Ali another over or too early? I mean, there's no point holding back your bowlers when you need wickets in a canter.
It's a cat and mouse game because I'll get back to you.
Swan, it's too wide and short. That a good hand there by Buddha Singh to cut it off from going to the boundary. Brings the over to an end, 36 for 4 after 17.
I think timing is important here because he has, 4 overs to go. And maybe we'll like to see the partnership got broken. They'll be able to reintroduce him when a fresh individual is in. So I believe he probably is playing that type of game. But it's a good ploy if he goes that way. Wait to see what happens. But he cannot wait for too long.
Yeah.
Because it's not 200 to get. It's just over 100. So it's a matter of timing here.
Yeah, and this partnership is very important to Leeward Islands cause. And there's a change of end actually for Adian Racha.
Well,
So
he's
they
going
have-
to bowl the end that is creating the problems.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
for him now
I like this move actually. I
Yeah.
think that means they're thinking the game quite well, and they're looking to maximize their wicket taking opportunities by changing their bowlers around. So really good move from Trinidad and Tobago. It's a case now for the bowler to just find his line and length early to duel Andrew at this end.
and to bowl from this end where there's this level of inconsistency. Not too pronounced, but creating the problem. Let's see how he does. Ooh,
Bit of wit to start, and Joel Andrew looking.
that
To-
one definitely seemed to have stayed down also. So
Yes, that's important to note as well. So-
he has to recognize what is happening in terms of where to pitch the deliveries that's creating the problems. And you have to be consistent with that.
Yes, certainly so.
Create doubts in the minds of the Leeward Islands pair in Andrew and Edward.
Again, keeping low, but just not attacking the stump enough. We've been calling for that stump to stump line from these bowlers. They have kind of strayed from the plan. Need to take a page from what Faris Ali did so well earlier in his spell. Was just looking to attack the stumps predominantly in his spell.
That may
And-
be the thinking of the skipper, recognizing what Ali did. So you have your fast bowler this end, which is good thinking.
Faris Ali in that spell, he had one LBW, one bowl, but one caught in the slip area. But all of the deliveries were pretty straight, deliveries that the batters had to play at. So that is what you need to see. You see that the batters, they're willing to just leave deliveries alone. That's not threatening their stumps. So you have to make them play. That is the game right now for Trinidad and Tobago. Make these Leeward Islands batters play. Oh, that one just bounced, climbed off the surface. Unexpected. Unexpected bounce.
Good technique, absolutely good technique.
Really good technique. Keep it down to not allow it to veer up and take a top edge. And that's good as well. Good communication between the batters. Just having a word with him, pull him out of that zone. Delaying the bowler as well. He's on a roll, delaying him from running in right at his batter. So I like this from Edwards and Andrew.
This was not bad line, a bad length. It's just that the previous delivery would have created some doubts in the batsman's mind.
Yep.
Lifted him and he handled it well. A lesser technique batsman certainly would have gotten into trouble.
Yeah. I agree with you there.
The good thing about it, Andrew is definitely showing his worth here. Oh my goodness.
That looked to have been a change-up delivery, I think, from what I saw from his hand. It slipped out instead. And that's what I've been saying. You just need to keep it simple. Don't need to try anything. And now a free hit.
I think it's the variation he was trying to bowl a slow
look
delivery.
to
I
try
think
and
that's
bowl a
what
slow
happened.
one.
You
Yes,
can definitely
certainly
see it.
did. But as we've been saying, you don't need to try anything really with the surface. Just try and land it on that good length and let the pitch do the work for you.
He's
So
given-
a free hit coming up now for
he's given
Joel
him a free
Andrew.
hit. So would Joel Andrew capitalize on it?
Let's see. No, he doesn't. A wild swing from one outside the off stump. A dot to finish. 37 for 4 after 18 overs.
Yes, another interesting over there from the Trinidad fast bowler, and be a change of bowling from the southern end. They're switching around the bowlers, and you can see they are trying something. They're trying to see how they can effect another breakthrough, because they themselves recognize they do not have any large number of runs to play with. The Leeward Islands need 72 in another 146 deliveries. It's not going to be easy. I don't even want to count deliveries. It's a matter of can they survive to get 109. That's how I see it.
Yeah, survival is key. And again, ringing the changes, Joshua Davis now comes from the other end. And we keep having to call them the other end and the next end because they have no names. But
the Sign Hill Kingston end.
Sign Hill Kingston
or the
end as coined by Gunny. Too full to start. Driven to Orlando James, who I thought could have done a little bit better in attacking that delivery, in curtailing that quick run between Nathan Edwards and Andrew.
Yeah, they went off the marks very quickly.
Yes,
too,
they did, but Orlando James, he just allowed the ball to really come to him. Yeah. Remember, you're looking for wickets. You want to win this game. You have to collect wickets. So any chance, any half chance that's possible, you have to try and take it. This one, no, over his head. So some aggression now being shown by Joel Andrew after spin of Joshua Davis. So 4 more runs.
No, he struck the ball. But maybe the lesser ball is trying to capitalize on it.
Oh, that kept so low. An appeal, but...
That one was ball from behind the crease and it stayed down. And Andrew was lucky to be there still. Look at it, back he goes. And had that been in the stump, he certainly would have been back to the pavilion.
And that's how they've been saying bowl at the stumps, Trinidad and Tobago. I think that's what the coaches... Some wit again offered and slammed to the covers this time from Joel Andrew.
That's too wide.
Too wide and certainly punished there by Andrew.
But maybe with the spin on this type of track, if you can bowl a faster, flatter trajectory, once you can spin the ball and keep the ball on the stumps rather than flight it against somebody like Andrew Joel who really smoked that one to the over the ropes a while ago.
Yeah, and it forces a field change as well. Budu Singh, the unfortunate dismissal of him in the first innings, is now on the cover boundary. And I think Orlando James, he's no longer in picture, has gone back onto the boundary. So Leeward Islands can count this as a victory. 4 men out. Some wit offered again. So a dot to finish, but a very expensive over in the context of the game.
Yes, I agree.
9 runs coming from it.
I agree.
Leeward Islands are 46 for 4.
But he is doing exactly what Rambaran has done. He's on 24 or 56. Rambaran got 39, so the question of would he be able to carry on? Would he continue to be concentrating as well as he has done so far? Or would he lose his cool, just be mentally pressured into playing a shot that he should not be playing and get out? Because for him to get out at this stage, it will bring the game right back into the balance. Although to me it's still evenly poised at 46 for 4. It sounds easy, 63 to get in 186 balls. It's not easy. It's not a matter of the balls, it's the runs and how the Trinidadians bowl determine this game. And how well Andrew, particularly Andrew bat.
Yeah, it's really a case of Andrew and Nathan Edwards just continuing their good partnership that they have formed so far. But what you're seeing here from this pair is experience. They have batted a number of years for Leeward Islands in this tournament, and they have experienced Cricket World Cup, 50 over World Cup. Both
Yes.
batters
Yes.
are drafted into the CPL. So you are seeing their experience coming to fore here in this particular innings.
Mind you, one wicket will turn this whole thing upside down, maybe two. But it's not over yet. But let's see how this over pans out from the big man.
So Adian Racha to continue. Bowling to Nathan Edward has caused a bit of problems to Joel Andrew in his spell. It's been an exciting battle between the two. Joel Andrew got on top of him as well for some of the deliveries. There's a battle that I want to see continue, as Nathan Edward, though, is on strike. Change of angle for him. He's decided to come over now to the left-handed batter. Yeah, and what is particularly impressive so far about Nathan Edward is the clarity with which he has gone about this innings. It shows that he understands the role that he needs to play for his team, and he's come out and he's been supportive to Joel Andrew, and that's what we've been saying. Yes, when a bad ball comes, he put it away. But what he's looked to do is try, although his score doesn't reflect it, he's tried to look to find a way to get a single, get off strike, and just stay. He's keeping low once more. So he certainly played the role that is required for him of his team. And as you mentioned, Stanley, it's a case of can they continue until the last run has been scored?
Yes, it's not over yet, I'll tell you that. Because as I said, 1 or 2 wickets and change the whole game. And that was a very good delivery there. Had that been in the stumps, it would have been an even more interesting delivery because it did hit about halfway up the off stump. It would have been very, very interesting. And the batter pulled away, and he then goes back to his mark. But certainly, let's say 60 for 5, it can be anybody's game.
Yeah, when you have a surface like this that has inconsistent bunks, you need to consistently be on a stump-to-stump line.
Almost identical, just outside off stump, again halfway up. Similar, but
still
maybe it's from the spot.
And still a bit too wide. That's the length. That's the length, but the line needs to be adjusted.
Get it a bit closer. Maybe I think most of the practice these days is about bowling at the 4th stump, with the target bowling that tends to be done by coaches.
A bit better that time, straightening, but getting some bunks on that occasion. Actually, it went away to the boundary for 4. I wonder if there was a bit of a misfield there. I believe there's a man at deep third.
Yeah, there's a man at deep third, but he got 4 runs. A very fortuitous boundary, but important when one looks at the situation of the game.
Yes, and it brings up the 50 as well for Leeward Islands. 50 for 4 now in the 20th over.
Just going on the road to do something. I had to go. I can be back here by 3:30. You think they're going to win the game by 3:30?
Yeah. Fine.
Yeah. 35 minutes? All right. So it's 50 for 4. They need another 59 to get from 30 overs. 59 to get from 30 overs as the Leeward Islands pair in Nathan Edward and Joel Andrew has settled down quite nicely thus far. A couple of loose deliveries, and they have pounced on those loose deliveries and has eased the pressure by getting a few boundaries. And Trinidad and Tobago need to pick it back up and try to get a bowler to bowl on the line. But as you asked earlier about the fast bowler, maybe it's just about thinking about him to bring him back for another spell, to try and break the partnership.
Yes, as I've been saying, for Rizal, he was in a really impressive spell. The young man, he found a length and he just kept nagging away at it, which accounted for 3 of the wickets so far. And it's just a case of the fast bowlers. I mean, in the case of Adi and Racha, to just try and replicate what he did, similar height to him, bowls a similar style as well. So he just needs to find that length and just keep bowling at that length. And I think that will be successful for him. So the new bowler is Anil Ruplal.
That's the youngster.
That's the young man that was batting at the end of the innings. Starts wide but gets an edge that passes through. I wonder if that was dropped.
We'll have to look at the replay to see exactly what happens.
That man had slipped Luke Ali. Couldn't hold on to it. So it was a bit short, but he produced an edge quite early.
That's probably what they're looking for, a wicket at this stage.
So Joel Andrew is off strike now. Nathan Edward is about to face up to Ruplal. It's very quick arm action, Ruplal. It's a handy.
They're not done, man. They reach back by about 20, 25 bars. The latest 3:30.
It's a bit short, but played straight to that fielder, Joshua Davis. At extra short cover, a short mid-off really. Swanee hits hard in the direction of that fielder, Justin Jagisa. And what I've noticed about Joel Andrew, once the delivery is loose, he throws everything at it.
Yeah, so anything
not
just
messing
off,
around.
anything just off target, he's looking for ways and means of scoring runs, whether it's 1 or 2. So that's the experience being born out for all this traveling among the cricket he has played.
So badly lined on that occasion by Ruplal.
Once you're in this situation here, at this level, Joel Andrew should be doing what we expect of him, that's to dominate.
So far from Ruplal, though, I notice he's getting that quick turn into the left-handed batter. He hasn't quite lined it up. On that occasion, he did got a bit of bounce. But I think he can do well with coming around the wicket to the left-handed batter and get that ball starting that angle around fourth stump and getting it to come back into him. There you go again. Just a bit too straight to him from that angle. There's something for him to look at in the next over. As the over is completed, after 21 overs, the total is 54 for 4. Yes, my co-commentator, Stanley Gunny Hines, is stepping out for a bit, but I have an interview lined up with Graham West. Yes, Graham West, the high performance manager of West Indies. A pleasure to have you here with us, Graham West. Nice to have you in at the shows of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. How has the hospitality been so far?
Very good. I've been observing your commentary skills over the last week or so. Very impressed. And we've got a good game set up now.
Yes, certainly so. And one full driven down the ground to that fielder at long on. It's nice to have you here. Ask you about the hospitality, and here you are complimenting me. Thank you so much. How pleasant. I know you must be enjoying your time here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I must sell my country first before we get into the business of cricket.
Of course. I've been coming here for a number of years now, and always very well looked after, and a really good experience.
Yeah. So talking about observation, I mean, you've observed my commentary. I mean, you've been here. I don't think for this. Have you been here for the start of the tournament? I know you are with the under-19 girls. Keeping a bit low consistently from that end. That's what we've seen throughout this match so far, handled quite well by Nathan Edward. Trinidad and Tobago trying everything. Andrew Rambaran is now coming from that end just to see who can get that breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago. Full face of the bat that time, straight back to Rambaran. So yes, Graham, I know you were with the under-19 girls there for that tournament. Your observation so far on this competition?
Yes, I was with you in Trinidad and missed the first of the 2-day rounds. So I watched 3 out of the 4 rounds of cricket. And I mean, I don't think the scores quite reflect the quality of the pitches. I've been very impressed with the pitches, but I've also been very impressed with some of the fast bowling.
Let's walk down the ground. This is a good partnership being built here between Joel Andrew and Nathan Edwards. Much needed. Certainly calm things down after the way things have gone for Leeward Islands. They were 15 for 4 at one point in time. So an impressive partnership between these two experienced batters. 2 of these players probably came up in your talent program, being the talent manager of Cricket West Indies. You must be proud of their progress so far in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the Leewards would look to these 2 players as their senior players and premier players, and they really do need a good partnership from them today.
And an appeal, but I am afraid for Trinidad and Tobago that will remain not out as the over is completed. 3 runs from it. The score moves to 57 for 4. Yeah, so you mentioned the fast bowling skills on display. I mean, I'm certainly impressed with it. I think the fast bowling has been really impressive in this tournament so far, and the fitness levels as well on display by some of the fast bowlers in the tournament.
Some of the captains have been very demanding of their bowlers, which we'll certainly need to give some consideration to for next year. But a lot of the wickets tended to fall with the new ball, and it was certainly partly a reflection of the quality of some of the pace bowlers. Obviously, someone like Isaiah Thorne, we know his pedigree from under-19 cricket, first-class cricket. But good to see some emerging fast bowlers. In addition to that, I think Barbados probably had the best all-round attack in 2-day cricket with the sort of strike bowlers up front, 3 very good seamers. But then they had the variety with a leg spinner, a left-arm orthodox, and a right-arm off-spinner. It was very impressive to watch, and obviously, as a captain, to have all of those tools, if you like, at your disposal, and he managed them pretty well. So I think that was probably that gave them the edge in the 2-day format.
Yeah, I must say I'm also impressed by their fighting spirit, especially with the bat, as Rupal continues to Joel Andrew now, and they are one of the teams that's hit 200. Consistently throughout that 2-day format, and they started quite well in the 50 over as well. They are chasing 192. They are 58 for 1, but there's a rain delay in just 7 overs. It really shows the confidence that they have coming into this 50 over tournament after winning that 2-day championship. This one is hit mighty high, far. Joel Andrew in action, 6 runs. You cannot float it up like that to the batting caliber on display of Joel Andrew.
I think we all know from the Under-19 World Cup just how dangerous Joel can be. Up until now, he's scored heavily through the offside, but certainly prepared to take that one deep into the leg side.
Yeah, 50 over partnership as well between these 2 experienced players. So Ruplal, just a bit too full to Joel Andrew, and he didn't have a fielder out there. I don't know if the captain will give him protection with a man at long on, but really a shot that was of no risk, seeing that fielder wasn't back. So easy runs really for Joel Andrew. So Rupal continues to him. He goes again. This one is in the air this time. There's a fielder running under it. Can he take the catch? Yes, he does. So Joel Andrew trying to take on Ruplal, who pulls his length back just a touch, and an excellent catch taken by Justin Jagasa running in.
And I guess that's the frustration, or one of the frustrations of watching some of the cricket so far, in that Joel Andrew appeared to have the game in his pocket, and now he's handed Trinidad away back into the game, having just cleared the ropes. Well taken catch coming in off the boundary, but means a new batter coming to the wicket, an opportunity for Trinidad to try to get a couple of quick wickets. The surface certainly offered the spinners a lot of assistance in the first innings, and they exploited it really well. I feel as though in the second innings the ball has tended to stay a little bit low, particularly with the seamers at the start. But here's an opportunity with the spinners working in tandem to see if they can really get something out of the pitch. And as I said, a couple of quick wickets now really throws the game back into Trinidad's favour.
Certainly so, and that was a massive wicket of Joel Andrew. Matthew Miller, the new batter, to the middle, and Ruplal, much credit to him. I mean, he floated it up, brought his length back a touch, but I think the key was it had a little bit of width on that occasion, and Joel Andrew was looking to take it across to the leg side, looking to go really hard at that delivery, and it produced an edge. Well taken grab there by Justin Jagasa, and a much needed wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. So young Ruplal about to bowl to Matthew Miller, and it's something that I've actually looked at in this tournament, well, from the 2-day coming into this tournament as well, is the ability to control your aggression by some of these players. As the over comes to an end, it's 23 without loss, 65 for 5. So just continuing with that point, Graham, a lot of the players, they are naturally attacking. They want to attack. They want to get on top of the bowlers. But reading the situation of the game is very important. Joel Andrew, he is a naturally attacking batter, and when he gets going, he's certainly pleasant to the eyes. We want to see that, but we also want to see more situational awareness applied to these young players' game, and a lot of that have been lacking. I see you writing away a lot in the commentary booth. I mean, you probably have about 4 notebooks of stuff written down there. So I mean, that's one area that I have identified. I don't know some of the other areas you yourself may have identified, if it's not a secret, that you like to share with us that needs work for these young future stars of West Indies cricket.
I guess this tournament for me is a little bit harder because I'm not as familiar with some of the players as I would have been previously, particularly when I had the role as the head coach with the under-19 team. The players that played in these tournaments were very familiar. So lots of writing just to keep track of the players.
Yeah, so Joshua Davis, switch of ends again. Andrew Rambaran had a spell there, and they've switched ends with Joshua Davis. So they're keeping their options open. Trinidad and Tobago looking to pick up these next 5 wickets. One sweeping but wide delivery. You don't want that. You got to park the extras in such a low total.
Yeah, I think you look at the situation here, and Nathan Edward needs to be the player that takes Leewards right the way through. Senior player, needs to accept the responsibility. And certainly up until now, he's played very much within himself. Obviously with Joel at the other end, a little bit more expansive. But, from the sidelines here, you're expecting Nathan to control this situation. Obviously time, he's got plenty of overs. There's no pressure from that. It's just, as you said, managing the emotions a little bit.
Oh, is that an edge? It's an edge. And Nathan Edwards falls just after his captain, Joel Andrew. Certainly not an ideal situation for Leeward Islands. Back-to-back wickets now for Trinidad and Tobago.
And not so much spin. That was probably the bounce that did for Nathan there. I was encouraging the Trinidad spinners to try and get a little bit more out the pitch. But that's a brute of a delivery. I think it took the keeper's glove on the way through, so took the pace off for the slip fielder, and now both set batters out. It really does open the game up for Trinidad.
This is a new batter. Is a man that destroyed them at the back end with the ball, Israel Morton. And you see that dismissal for Nathan Edward, and it kind of reminds me of the one that just fell short of Andrew Rambaran earlier when Fariz Ali, I believe, was bowling, where there was an edge, but he was a bit too forward early. He was early into the shot, and it just took a bit of bounce and flew to Andrew Rambaran. And something similar here. He was quite early in that stroke, and some bounce accounting for his dismissal on that occasion. Similar, but a different bowler. So Joshua Davis picking up that very important wicket of Nathan Edwards.
And I think credit to the captain there with the left-hander on strike. He brought the right arm off spinner back, and taking the ball away from the left-hander has done the trick. So credit to the captain.
Yeah, Orlando James, captain himself in that slip region now. He also has a leg slip in play for Israel Morton. He's fully forward there, Israel Morton. He's a new player as well. Don't know much of his batting pedigree. He did a job for the ball, a left arm spinner. He has a big task cut out for him now with bat in hand. A huge appeal turned down by the umpire. So a lot happening here now for Trinidad and Tobago. As the over is completed, 24 gone, 66 for 6.
And the Trinidad players can sense change in the game, the big swing in their direction. Good appeal, strong appeal, but decision's gone in favour of the batter. So 2 new players at the wicket here. As I said before, there's no pressure from the time. There's lots and lots of overs. We've really got to try to just start pushing the singles, just get the scoreboard ticking over, creep towards the target, and no wickets. Just takes a little bit of the enthusiasm out of the Trinidad players.
Yeah, and a wide delivery to start. I mean, right now they have their tails up. They just dismissed Joel Andrew and Nathan Edwards, 2 new battles in their sights. So, as you mentioned, as you rightly put it, it's a case of them just batting time now. And I think if these 2 batters decide, you know what, I'm going to try and bat 20 more overs, they will easily win the game. So it's a mindset thing from here on out for these 2 batters. It's fully forward on that.
I just worry that the 2 batters have been watching the cricket, and second or third delivery, batsman's gone right back on his stumps. We've seen the ball staying really low. For me, you'd be encouraging the batter to get on the front foot. If the one does keep a little bit low, you can always keep it out, but you've got to play the percentages in these situations.
Oh, wow. Almost going back on his stump off of his pad. Israel Morton is going to have a word with him. Maybe tell him to get on the front foot. Yeah, and it's a word that we keep mentioning, adapting to the situation, especially sitting outside for 22 overs or so, seeing how the surface has been playing. You should come in with that mindset of being on the front foot as much as possible, particularly to these spinners.
So just going back in terms of the batting methods that we've seen, a lot of the wickets that the slow bowlers have taken in the 2-day tournament were very much down to the batters trying to be positive. There weren't many wickets that I saw where the batters were trying to be defensive, other than getting stuck on the crease. But a lot of the dismissals with the slow bowlers was the batters forcing the ball, getting caught in the deep, miscuing balls, getting caught in the ring, and you have to acknowledge and you have to understand how the wickets are playing. And in this situation now, it's about eliminating risk. And if the Leewards are gonna get home here, these 2 have got to understand that there's plenty of gaps, there's plenty of singles, and just start to tick the scoreboard over. We'll very quickly put the pressure back on Trinidad, who don't have that many runs to defend.
Oh, another appeal. This time the finger goes up. And Israel Morton has to take that long walk back to the pavilion as the 7th wicket goes down now for Trinidad and Tobago. And boy, are they on a roll right now.
Definitely, we saw the ball straight in there. And having come very close in the previous over, bowler gets his reward. That's 3 wickets in the space of 10 minutes.
So Israel Morton probably not known for his batting in this team lineup. Left arm spinner he is. Has to go back without scoring, I believe. So 67 for 7 now. And the game have certainly changed in the space of 2 overs. It has certainly swung back in favor of Trinidad and Tobago.
I think you saw the fielder's reaction to Joel Andrews' wicket. It was more than just taking a wicket. I think they could sense, that was the key player, that was the key wicket, and all of a sudden the door was open. And with Nathan Andrews' dismissal following. Sorry, Nathan Edwards' dismissal following so quickly after. Now the onus is on the Leewards lower order, and trying to manage the pressure as much as anything now, knowing that they can't afford to lose any more wickets.
It's a new batter, Micah McKenzie. Right away, he's down the ground and he picks up 4. So he has shown some intent right away. First delivery, it was a full ball. So well executed by Micah McKenzie. 4 well-needed runs.
And I guess that's the other way to put the pressure back on the bowlers and the fielding team. Very well played, hit straight through the ball. Some of the problems that the batters have encountered has been trying to hit across the ball, but that was really nicely hitting through the line of the ball.
Yeah, I think Leeward Islands, sometimes when I'm in this situation, I hope, hey, I wish a bowler can just run up and bowl 6 full tosses at me, and I can just deposit them over the boundary for 6 each. He's got a full one to start, and he's right behind the other 2 deliveries. It's a good sign so far from Micah McKenzie, using his reach, getting out to the pitch of the ball.
Be interesting to see whether the captain considers bringing back the opening bowlers.
Gets on the back foot quite well, looks to cut it. A misfield allows them to get a single. I think one of the bowlers we were speaking about. I think that is Rachan and the point area. Adian Racha. Yeah, and that's very important. Decision making from here on out is very important for Trinidad and Tobago and Leeward Islands. He's fully forward again. That time it's Matthew Miller. As the over is completed, a successful one, 72 for 7 after 26.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No,
We've seen these low-scoring games can be really exciting. I'd love to see more runs scored from the batters. Talking and catching up with Rowan Nurse, who's here as a talent pathway manager, and Ramesh Subhasinger, who's our new academy head coach, and we're all having the same conversations at breakfast in terms of how do we improve our batsmanship, because we've certainly got plenty of bowlers here that we feel have a great future ahead of them. But we need more runs. This morning was interesting because 2 of the games, the opening partnerships did very well, though wasn't the case here.
Edge and taken, is it? No. I thought this was an edge, but that must have spun quite a mile. Let's see the replay. Oh, it didn't play. It didn't play at all. Just a flashing blade, just whizzing past the outside edge of the batter. Deciding to leave it alone this time. And we mentioned this word decision making, and mentioned that's important for the bowling team as well as the batting team going forward in this match. At the back end of Trinidad and Tobago innings. I mean, Gunny Hines, he mentioned that he feel like Leeward Islands, they didn't show a lot of proactivity in trying to dismiss. This one is played officially down the ground. I think it'll just be one. Body on the line stuff there from Justin Jagasar. Yes, he mentioned that he didn't feel like there was a lot of proactivity in trying to dismiss number 8, 9, and 10 from the Leeward Islands bowlers. We were thinking that maybe one of the pacers can come back, particularly to Fariz Ali. He looked really comfortable against the spinners. Huge appeal. A lot of appeals in this session so far, Mr. West.
There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise out there at the moment. Lots of enthusiasm, lots of energy.
Especially since that dismissal of Joel Andrew. Better that time from the batter. 1 run coming from the over, 73 for 7. Yeah, and just going back to it, we felt like, particularly to Fariz Ali, after the way he negotiated that first over, his footwork was decisive in whether to come back and go forward to the spinner. So we thought, hey, let's get a pacer on and try and unsettle that footwork. Let's see what he has against the pacer early, very early. So we thought that they missed a trick in allowing that partnership to grow. And now you see the result. They probably could have been chasing about 80. Mm-hmm. Instead, they're chasing 109. And yes, it's not a big score, but it certainly looks challenging, being 7 wickets down in for 73.
So one of the issues with a low-scoring game obviously tests the mental skills of some of the players of playing under pressure. But we don't get to see, if we think about international 50-over cricket now, your scores are 280, 300, 320. And you want to see players in the middle overs have to push the game on. They have to find boundaries as well as scoring off of as many balls as they can. So a game like this, we're not going to see that. Obviously, it's not necessary. But in terms of identifying players for the future, they're some of the skill sets now that are really important.
Yeah, well, right now it appears as if the important thing that you guys should be looking for, given how low the scores are in this tournament, is how the players adapt to the situation. I mean, that's one thing that I'll be looking at. And sliding down the leg side, the mental fortitude of some of these players coming into tough situations. And one player I can identify so far in the two-day tournament is Jatario Prescott. The way he came out when his team was under pressure in not one, but more than one occasion, and adapt to the situation, play the game that's required of him, and get his team out of tough situations. Oh, wow, that one bonged significantly. It's very interesting indeed.
Taking everybody by surprise, particularly the wicket-keeper. Did well to get a glove on it. There's not much a batsman can do with that type of delivery.
Certainly not. That sort of bong so close from a spinner.
But yeah, coming back to Jatario Prescott, I talked about how well the bowlers had bowled, but in his case, a bowler that batted particularly well. He kept the game really simple. That was the thing. Despite the pressure situations, he accumulated his runs. He's got a couple of big shots in his locker, but he pretty much just kept it simple. And as soon as he had someone at the other end that kept him company, he did really well.
Oh, and he's bowled him this time. Joshua Davis, the man with the arm, picking up his second wicket, bowling. Micah McKenzie going on the back foot. We've spoken at length about playing on the back foot. And maybe that bouncer that was bowled in the over accounted for him going on the back foot. And another batter falling just on the stroke of a rain delay. Very interesting here, Graham West.
It's the second time today, isn't it? Wickets fallen just before the covers come out. What a way for Trinidad to leave the field, picking up a wicket. And certainly you'd say now they become favourites to win this game.
Yeah, and it's another rain delay here. Hopefully it's as short as the others that we've seen throughout the day. It looks quite ominous coming across from the sea. But we would hope that It's a pretty short rain delay, as this game is interestingly poised more so in favor of Trinidad and Tobago. So 73 for 8 in the 28th over, and we will take a break here as the rain falls from the heavens.
Stacey. There we go.
Yes, so welcome back here to Sand Hill Playing Field. And the rain has evaded us for now. Hopefully it stays away so we can get a conclusion to this match. An outright rain for say by any team. Trinidad and Tobago though. If there's any further rain or any interruptions that might bring this match to an end, they at this point in time are on top of the game. Leeward Islands are behind. I'll get the exact runs for you shortly. So welcome back, Stanley Gunny Hines. I must say thanks to Graham West, who was in the studios with us shortly for about half an hour or so. So thank you again, Graham West, for giving your feedback.
Yes, and having just skipped away to come back fast, I realized the score has has collapsed. When I saw the score, I said, wow.
Yeah, you left a pretty good partnership between Joel and Andrew and Nathan Edward in progress. And Joel Andrew fell, then Nathan Edward fell shortly after. And the collapse is certainly on as Joshua Davis has his tail up. He has picked up 3 wickets. And he's about to continue and bowl his final ball in his 6th over. A new batter is Mackay Tong.
Thank you. You finished before?
Mackay Tong, known for his fast bowling. A wide was just delivered by Joshua Davis. So that over is completed now, finally. Score moves to 74 for 8 after 28. So welcome back, Stanley Hines.
Yes, Stacey, I've just been told by the match referee that there's no reduction in overs and the close-up play time is 5:30. So without any doubt, barring any further interruption, we're going to have outright win here because a matter of 2 wickets or 36 runs. Either way, something's going to happen between now and 5:30.
So young Ruplal, he accounted for that massive wicket of Joel Andrew. He has bowled exceptionally well, I must say. He's not afraid to give it some air, the young man, although he was hit for 6 runs off the bat of Joel Andrew. He still give it a bit of air, just hold the line back a touch and bowl it a bit wider, which accounted for that wicket of Joel Andrew. So brave young man, and here Ruplal. Oh, that one just pushing it back straight to the fielder, the bowler, Ruplal. So Matthew Miller there in the middle. He didn't bowl today, so I'm guessing he has some batting ability. This one is a bit short. He looks target to the onside, but doesn't make sufficient connection.
There's no problem here with overs. It's a question of are they going to get 36 or would Trinidad get the 2 wickets? I think that's probably what happened.
With our further, a wonderful fielding effort there by Andrew Rambaran. He's all over the field today with bat and ball in hand and now in the field. So an excellent diving save from him keeps it 2-1.
Yes, that was a very good effort on his part. And what could be a problem is that the field will be a little damp from the light rain that we had. That's the only problem with the Trinidad spinners.
Yes, and that will certainly benefit the Leeward Islands if a few deliveries slips out of the hand and their batters are able to put it away. But so far, so good from Ruplal. Soft, is it? No.
No, seem to have
Some
spun
movement
viciously.
there from Ruplal.
Look at it again. Let's see what happens.
Young leg spin into action.
Wow.
Yes. Some vicious turn there, as you rightly put it. I don't think he'll be able to get the ball out of his hand until the last over is bowled or the final wicket is taken. As the over is completed, 75 for 8 after 29 overs.
Yes, well, they're sort of restarting and everybody's just waiting to see what is going to happen. Because 36 runs look like it's just around the corner, but it's on this pitch and what we have seen, the mentality of the batters, it could be a mountain to climb. Could be.
Yeah, well, we keep stressing on the importance of applying yourself when you get to the middle. after especially seeing how it went in the first innings. And you had that partnership of 50 or more by Andrew and Edward. So Davis to continue. And we saw how important it was to be selective in your approach and your shot making. A lot of these batters have come out and they haven't really shown that. A lot of them opting to play on the back foot, especially when the surface is keeping so low. So Macaulay Tong facing up to Joshua Davis. So wrapped under pad and appeal, but from my angle it looks to be going down. Seem to have shocking on that left leg. That's sitting outside the leg stump.
Well, one can very well expect them to appeal because they stay to the game. So, but clearly, from what we are here and what you can see, going long like.
This one is in the air. This one is in the air and taken. So Macaulay Tong gone without troubling the scorers. And another batter goes down, and Trinidad and Tobago edge one step closer to pulling off what one would term an unlikely victory here today.
Definitely, but if we are to go on the past record, you expect a low-scoring game, and Trinidad came out on top 2023. They are looking to go out on top again in 2024. Certainly the ball seemed to be a straight delivery, looking to swung it to the leg with the turn, little on the turn, took an edge up into the air, very simple dolly catch. And the Leeward Islands fall into even more greater problem. Just a matter of one wicket now rather than two. And Trinidad edge closer to a victory. And based on what we're hearing in the other two grounds, it seemed to be rain affected more so at Park Hill. And the one at Annisville, not too far away from us here. So I believe they should be on their way as well as we here.
Yes, a lot of excitement in this game, generated by some injudicious shots being played by the Leeward Islands batters. So in that game across the road, Annisville, Jamaica chasing 175. They are 111 for 5. And that game at Park Hill, some more rain in that. They did have a restart. Barbados, they moved to 72 for 2. And rain came shortly thereafter. So one more wicket. Joshua Davis on 4, also looking for 5. And the new batter, Cordell Crook. He was effective with the ball in hand. Picked up a wicket, 3 maidens to his name, but his team certainly needs to see what he can bring to the table with the bat.
He probably can be a hero this afternoon.
Certainly looking for one as Joshua Davis. This one is hit in the air. It's high. Somebody settling under it. The keeper takes it. And that is the end of that. Leeward Islands, after sailing 50 for 4, has suddenly collapsed to 77 all out. And Trinidad and Tobago, in another low-scoring thriller at Cyan Hill, there seems to be the ground that they should just pick up and walk with them in their back pockets, have pulled off an unlikely victory. Joshua Davis, the man, picking up 5 wickets. Magnificent stuff here at Cyan Hill playing field.
Yes, definitely. It's unlikely victory. But the important thing with it is once you have a low-scoring game, the scores tend to be fairly close. This one is wider than we thought it may turn out to be because the margin is what? 77, that is 35. That is seriously a big margin based on what's transpired here. But certainly, all kudos to Trinidad and Tobago towards fighting back from the low score of 108, and mainly due to their fast bowlers, Jerry Wren, Jason Agard, and Farouz Ali. Between both of them, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 17. I think they broke the back of the Leeward Islands batting.
Yeah, and certainly so. You also have to give a big round of applause to the captaincy and the thinking, the decision-making out there from the captain in changing around his bowlers from end to end, looking to see which bowler will fit at a certain end. And he found something with Joshua Davis at this very end. And since he's picked up his first wicket there, he hasn't changed him, especially that big wicket of Joel Andrew. Congrats to the young man, Rupla Level, again picking up that wicket that really broke the backs of the Leeward Islands. But certainly of course, that opening burst between Jason Agard and Fariz Ali. Fariz Ali bowled a tremendous opening burst for his team. And those 5 wickets that Joshua Davis took, I mean, it's very hard to look past what Fariz Ali did at the top to really dent the spirits of the Leeward Islands very early on.
Yeah, but I think they between both of them, Ali and Agard, 14 overs of 17 runs is a tremendous spell, tremendous burst of opening bowling anywhere in the world. To get 14 overs, only 17 runs, and in the meantime got 4 wickets. And they left the rest to Joshua Davis to do the mop-up operation, so to speak. And he ended up at 5 for 19 and cleaned up the Leeward Islands, and that's that. But the innings followed a similar path as the one that
Trinidad and Tobago
made, because they too were struggling at 90 for 8, but then the last 2 wickets hang around, and they got 18 vital runs because of the situation. And we bemoan the fact that these runs may come in to be crucial at the end, and it did turn out to be crucial, and even more satisfying for them because they ended up winning by a wide margin.
Yeah, and this sort of victory takes a lot of heart, a lot of belief from a bowling outfit after the way they went about batting to come out and hit the areas that the team required. Wonderful bowling plans very early from the Trinidad and Tobago outfit, backed up really well by Joshua Davis and Ruplal. All of the bowlers really put their hand up.
All of them.
All of the bowlers put their hand up. Even those that went wicketless, they stuck to their bowling plans, and in the end, it proved to be quite successful for them. So congratulations again to Trinidad and Tobago, pulling off an unlikely victory here at the Cyan Hill playing field.
Yes, and we can wrap up here with Trinidad and Tobago winning by 31 runs. They made 108 from 39.4 overs. The Leeward Islands 77 of 29.5 overs. And that's that. So Trinidad winning by 31 runs. And congratulations to them. They're right in front of us, clapping each other and so on. But certainly they work hard in spite of the low scoring game. And to me, they deserve to win the game. So that's it here from the Cyan Hill playing field in this CWI Rising Stars Under 19 one-day game between Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. Leeward Islands trying to get 108 to win, 109 to win, scored by Trinidad and Tobago. Fell short. They were all out for 77. And we'll do our best to try and update you quickly as we go off area time to let you know what's happening in the other 2 games. Rain is still coming at Park Hill. Barbados were 100 and Barbados was 72 for 2 rain. And right, so you're up to date, you're up to steam. Jamaica 115 for 6, trying to get 176 to win against Guyana. And Barbados, a revised target of 161 to win of 35 overs. They are presently 72 for 4. Tomorrow's games in the second round at Annisville, it will be Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados at Annisville, Leewards against Guyana at Park Hill, Windies against Jamaica at Cumberland. So on behalf of Stacey Ann and Mr. Wise and Stanley Hines signing off here until tomorrow.